Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
Commissioner, in the hearing today I appear with Ms Jones.
Yes. Are there other appearances from parties that have not previously announced their appearance?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. My name is Martwa, and I appear with Ms Hamzi and Mr Bakri for the Australian Palestinian Action Network.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, my name is Toomey. I appear with Ms Graham and Mr Razzie for the Palestine Action Group.
Thank you, Mr Toomey. Yes, Mr Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. The hearing today is directed to identifying opportunities to tackle anti-Semitism and strengthen social cohesion in the policing of public protest events, which is one aspect of paragraph A, Roman 2 of the Terms of Reference. It is trite to say that lawful public protests are a necessary and valuable part of a properly functioning democratic society. Rowdy public protests that deliver stinging criticism can be just as valuable and just as lawful. Public protests that express strong disagreement with or severe criticism of the policies of a government, whether local, state, national or foreign, are commonplace and should be thought unremarkable. There is nothing unlawful or even objectionable about such protests. It is equally clear that the participants in a public protest are subject to the laws of the Commonwealth and the state or territory in which they are protesting. Interpersonal violence does not become lawful or acceptable in the context of a protest. Incitement to violence and racist vilification does not become lawful or acceptable in the context of a protest. Anti-Semitism does not become acceptable in the context of a protest. And of course, those occurrences are not features of all, nor most, protests. There is an implied freedom of political communication under the Commonwealth Constitution that places some limits on government regulation of political speech. That freedom is not a personal right, and it is certainly not a personal right to express anti-Semitic or other discriminatory opinion. It is a constitutional principle that denies the power of legislatures and of the executive government to restrict freedom of communication about governmental or political matters, unless the restriction is imposed to fulfil a constitutionally legitimate purpose and the restriction is reasonably appropriate and adapted to advance that purpose by constitutionally legitimate means. In the evidence received by the Commission to date, few, if any, witnesses have contradicted or challenged any of those propositions. There is now a large body of evidence before the Commission that expressly acknowledges that criticism of the government of Israel for its military actions in Gaza, or the expression of humanitarian compassion for the civilian victims of violence in the Middle East, is anti-Semitic. Nevertheless, hateful anti-Semitic conduct sometimes occurs in the context of protest activity. It is impossible to generalise about the way that can occur. Sometimes it might involve a small number of rogue protesters who attach themselves to a large public protest and say or do things that the overwhelming majority of the protesters would reject or think to be abhorrent.
Mr Lancaster, may I interrupt you for a moment?
Indeed.
And my apologies, but I may have misheard, but if I did, so did the transcript writer.
Yes.
That you said criticism of the government of Israel for its military actions in Gaza, or the expression of humanitarian compassion for the civilian victims of the Middle East, is anti-Semitic.
Is not anti-Semitic. I will repeat that sentence. There is a large body of evidence before the Commission that expressly acknowledges that criticism of the government of Israel for its military actions in Gaza, or the expression of humanitarian compassion for the civilian victims of violence in the Middle East, is not anti-Semitic.
Thank you, and my apologies for the interruption.
Missing knots cause all sorts of difficulties. Protests that... I'll return to the submission that nevertheless hateful anti-Semitic conduct sometimes occurs in the context of protest activity. It's impossible to generalise about the way that occur. Sometimes it might involve a small number of rogue protesters, as I mentioned. Sometimes it might occur because the organiser and all participants have a common discriminatory frame of mind. Protesters and protests that could involve anti-Semitic conduct raise questions about how they are policed. The core mission of the New South Wales Police Force, as expressed in Section 6.1 of the Police Act 1990, is to work with the community to reduce violence, crime and fear. The physical safety of all members of the community and the maintenance of public order are key objectives of the New South Wales Police Force in pursuit of that mission. The reduction of fear is explicitly part of the statutory mission of police. Now, with that broad context in mind, I'll briefly address the evidence to be called in the hearing today. It has two aspects. One aspect of today's evidence is the expert witness, Professor Mario Peucker, who is to be called this afternoon. He has research experience in the area of radical political movements, violent extremism, and dissenting citizenship. His expert opinion does not address any specific protest. Rather, his report addresses two broad topics. The first is a discussion of the concepts of radicalisation and violent extremism and how they differ. The second is an examination of the question whether protest and protest movements are a driver of radicalisation and violent extremism, or a protective factor that works against radicalisation and violent extremism. Professor Peucker sets out both theoretical reasons and empirical evidence to support the view that protest activities generally perform a protective function, namely to provide lawful, democratic and non-violent means of expressing grievances. They are not, in his view, a conveyor belt towards violence. The other aspect of today's evidence is to examine two particularly prominent protests that have occurred in Sydney in recent years. The first is the protest held on 9 October 2023, organised by the Palestine Action Group, which began at Town Hall Station and moved down to the forecourt of the Sydney Opera House. The second is the protest held on the morning of 8 November 2025 in front of New South Wales Parliament House, organised by White Australia, formerly the National Socialist Network, in which a group of men held a banner stating, "Abolish the Jewish lobby." Two witnesses will be called in respect of the policing of those protests. Mr. David Ossip is the President of the Jewish Board of Deputies, and he held that position in October 2023. He will give evidence about the exchange of information between the Jewish Board of Deputies and CSG New South Wales and New South Wales Police leading up to and on 9 October. He will also describe the Jewish Board of Deputies' communications with members of the Jewish community in relation to police advice about the risk to their safety and the recommendations that were made to avoid the areas of protest activity. The other witness is Acting Deputy Commissioner Peter McKenna of the New South Wales Police. He has been the Commander of the Central Metropolitan Region since 1 July 2024. His oral evidence will address each of the two protests to which I have referred. In relation to 9 October 2023, the officer who had operational responsibility for the police response to the 9 October protest has since retired the force, and Deputy Commissioner Hudson provided the Commission with a written statement on that topic, which Deputy Commissioner McKenna can speak to. Deputy Commissioner McKenna has also prepared a written statement himself, which addresses some general questions about the policing of protests in New South Wales and also the 8 November 2025 demonstration. Having regard to the terms of reference of this Royal Commission, Council assisting consider that it is neither necessary nor desirable for the Commission to undertake lengthy hearings and a detailed factual investigation of each protest by calling organisers, participants, bystanders and other observers to give their respective accounts of each protest. However, the Commission already has a wealth of evidence and a range of public submissions about these two specific protests. Without attempting to be comprehensive, I will briefly address some of the matters raised in evidence and submissions, which provide additional context in which to understand the momentous effect of each protest on members of the Jewish community. Several witnesses have described the Opera House protest as a critical event in the rise of anti-Semitism experienced by the Jewish community in Australia. In hearing block 1, the Commission heard evidence that the 9 October protest marked the shattering of our physical and psychological sense of safety in this country. This sentiment has been echoed by many other Jewish Australians in numerous public submissions to the Commission. One eyewitness to the protests insists in her submission that after the protest arrived in front of the Opera House, she heard chants including "fuck the Jews" and "gas the Jews." In that respect, the evidence from the New South Wales Police to be led today includes evidence that a police investigation obtained over 200 hours of footage in connection with the protest, and a forensic voice analysis expert identified one of the chants as "Where's the Jews?" but did not identify a chant "Gas the Jews." What exactly was intended by a chant of "Where's the Jews" is unclear, but the sentiment is unmistakably anti-Semitic. What other impression could a Jewish observer get from hearing a chant "Where's the Jews?" or any abuse of Jews generally in a protest in the forecourt of the Opera House on the night on which the Opera House sails were illuminated in blue and white as an expression of sympathy to the nation of Israel for a murderous attack on its citizens 2 days earlier? Others have said that, at least as far as they have observed, the protest at Town Hall and the march to the Opera House was peaceful and was not characterised by such hate or anti-Semitism. To be clear, the findings of the police investigation and the charge of anti-Semitism are not generalised to all aspects of the protest, and certainly not to all participating protesters. Other eyewitnesses observed police arresting an individual who held an Israeli flag and others who were perceived to be challenging the protesters at the Opera House. One witness gave evidence that the message he took from the night was that the people expressing solidarity with Jewish victims of the Hamas attack were treated as the problem, while those expressing hatred towards Jews were given a free hand. The Commission has heard evidence that the conduct of the police on 9 October gave some members of the Jewish community the impression that the police were protecting anti-Semitic demonstrators. The effect on the Jewish community of the protest by supporters of White Australia, who stood on the footpath in front of New South Wales Parliament in faux paramilitary black clothing on 8 November 2025, was also significant. Mr. Peter Wertheim, the co-CEO of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, identified the extraordinary nature of a protest outside a symbol and venue of our democracy, calling for the abolition of the Jewish lobby, which he took to mean the abolition of himself and others who represent Jewish institutions and Jewish organisations. He considers New South Wales Police could and should have attempted to stop that protest from occurring. The phrase "abolish the Jewish lobby" might have a structured ambiguity that the protesters thought would allow for a contest about whether or not it constituted a criminal offence in November 2025, but there is no doubt that the banner conveyed prejudice against and hatred of Jews. It invoked an old anti-Semitic trope of pervasive Jewish influence on society, delivered by a neat line of white men in black outfits that appeared to misappropriate the initials of a clothing brand to emphasise their neo-Nazi credentials. Another witness described the loss of a feeling of safety in Australian society that came from seeing a group dressed up in what he understood to be neo-Nazi regalia in front of the Parliament, and doing so with little or no consequence. In addition to the evidence and public submissions about those two specific protests, I should note that the Commission has also received evidence and many submissions about other protest activity throughout Australia since the October 7 attacks in Israel and the Israeli government's military response in Gaza, including, for example, evidence about protests associated with the visit of President Herzog earlier this year. On one hand, members of the Jewish community have found many protests to be intimidating, confronting and hostile, particularly when they occur at or near Jewish places. They have reported observing anti-Semitic language and tropes at some of these protests, which they feel go beyond legitimate criticism of the government of Israel and instead attack and target Jewish people. One Jewish woman in Melbourne, the descendant of Holocaust survivors, described how her workplace overlooks a park that has been used as a gathering point for protest marches. She said this: "From my desk, I've watched thousands of people march past holding signs bearing the image of the Star of David going into a rubbish bin beneath the words, 'Keep the world clean.' I've watched people hold signs glamorising Hezbollah and the Iranian regime. I've been required to continue working professionally and without comment while this happened in my direct line of sight. Signs describing the current conflict as a, quote, real Holocaust, unquote, are among the most painful." On the other hand, a number of other Jewish community members have said that they decided to attend and participate in Palestine solidarity protests in pursuit of their understanding of the Never Again vow, and have experienced acceptance there, including after other protesters appreciate that they are Jewish. One Jewish woman said the following in a submission: "Since October 2023, I have attended countless Palestine solidarity rallies and events across Sydney as an openly Jewish participant and member of Jews Against the Occupation 48. I have given speeches multiple times at the rallies. At these rallies, I have never experienced anti-Semitism. On the contrary, I have experienced solidarity, warmth, protection, and genuine respect from organisers, Palestinians, broader Muslim communities, and protest attendees in general. This directly contradicts the repeated public narrative that Palestine solidarity protests are threatening to Jewish people." Now, the Commission has heard from many Jewish submitters and witnesses who oppose the actions of the State of Israel, who value the importance of protesting those actions, and who are concerned that opposition to the State of Israel should not be conflated with anti-Semitism. To do so would, in their view, flatten Jewish identity. The different experiences of a whole series of protests in Sydney and Melbourne and elsewhere will not be resolved by the evidence to be taken today. But what can be addressed today are some of the considerations involved in policing protest activity in the specific instances of the Opera House protest in October 2023 and the Parliament House protest in November 2025, and whether those examples provide any lessons for tackling anti-Semitism or promoting social cohesion in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. I note that we have a media camera in the hearing room, so I will adjourn briefly while the cameraman can remove it.
I call David Ossip.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Ossip.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Ossip, please state your full name.
My full name is David Ossip.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are the President of the Jewish Board of Deputies.
That is correct.
You've held that position since August 2022.
Correct.
For the purpose of this hearing block, you've prepared a statement dated 9 July 2026 and provided it to the Commission.
That is correct.
The contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement. It bears the ID STAT.899.0096.0005.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
Mr. Ossip, the Jewish Board of Deputies is the peak body for a number of Jewish community organisations.
Yeah, it's the roof body of the Jewish community in New South Wales. We have 56 major communal organisations as our constituent bodies, encompassing tens of thousands of members of the community.
CSG New South Wales operates under the auspices of the Jewish Board of Deputies.
That's correct.
Now, can I ask you about the main subject matter of your statement, which is the 9 October 2023 protest in Sydney?
Yes.
You became aware on the evening of 7 October 2023 of a protest that was to be held in Sydney on 9 October 2023?
That's correct.
At first, you understood the proposed location for the protest was at Town Hall?
That's correct.
One of the ways in which you communicated yourself with CSG New South Wales and a way in which CSG members communicated with each other was through something you referred to as a CSG operational briefing channel. Is that right?
I think that's a fancy way of saying it was a CSG WhatsApp group.
On the afternoon of 8 October 2023, a particular person involved in CSG, who I won't name, reported to that channel, to the group, that the commander of the Sydney City PAC had advised CSG that members of the Jewish community needed to be kept away from an anti-Israel protest scheduled to be held at Town Hall. Is that right?
That's correct.
On the 8th of October, there were further conversations that afternoon between individuals in CSG and officers of the police force. Is that right?
Yes.
And the police that were spoken to included the commander of the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command and Assistant Commissioner Cook.
Correct.
CSG representatives were told, as you have recorded in your statement, that the advice from those police was that Jewish communal activity should continue as usual. Is that right?
That's correct. As at 5:22 p.m. on the 8th of October, that was the advice that was provided to us.
Had you yourself spoken to police on the afternoon of 8 October?
I don't believe that I had at that stage, and CSG were the primary organisation which was liaising with police.
At about 5:30 p.m. on the 8th of October, you posted a message to the operating briefing channel that the Sydney Opera House would be lit in blue and white on 9 October as a gesture of solidarity by the New South Wales Government. Is that right?
That's correct. Mr. Lancaster, I should just supplement my earlier answer. Whilst I hadn't spoken with New South Wales Police directly, on the morning of 8 October I had spoken with the New South Wales Police Minister about security arrangements for the community.
And what was the subject matter of that discussion?
The subject matter was concerns that events overseas would have domestic ramifications for the Jewish community locally, and I asked the Minister that appropriate precautions be put in place to ensure the well-being and security of the community, and she was very obliging.
And indicated that appropriate measures had been put in place?
She indicated, as did the Premier, that it was their top priority and that any and all measures will be put in place to ensure the well-being of our community.
Now, when you learnt on or around 8th of October that the Opera House would be lit in blue and white, how did you regard that gesture?
I think it's appropriate at this point just to give some context. The events of 7 October, the Hamas atrocities in Israel, that had a profound psychological impact on the Jewish community of New South Wales, but Jews worldwide. The images that we saw of terrorists going house to house and butchering innocent civilians, I think it really brought to the fore a lot of intergenerational trauma, because in those images we saw resemblances of what had happened to our ancestors in pogroms or the Holocaust, or tragedies which had befallen the community previously. And I think the entire community and myself personally, we were deeply shocked, traumatised, struggled to sleep, struggled to eat at that time. So the fact that the New South Wales government on the 8th of October made the decision to light the Opera House was a source of reassurance and comfort for the community. It was a tremendous signal of solidarity, and it was in keeping with the lighting of monuments across the world in solidarity with the innocent victims in Israel.
You were also concerned at the time about the potential response to this government decision in respect of lighting the sails, is that right?
I don't believe that was a primary concern at that stage.
Okay. Now, later in the evening on 8 October, the same person from CSG posted in the channel a reminder about the advice from the commander of the Sydney City Police Area Command that the Jewish community should be kept away from the town hall protest and should not counter-protest in that area. Is that right?
Yeah, so at this stage we were aware of the town hall protest that had been planned on the evening of the 7th of October, and the police's view, as communicated to CSG, was that there should be no counter-protest or gathering of the Jewish community at town hall, because that might be inflammatory or give rise to some sort of contest between the groups.
And at that point, what was your reaction to that initial advice to stay away so far as it related to the area around Town Hall and the expected protest there?
Look, I found the fact that the protest was taking place incredibly insensitive, notwithstanding that obviously those individuals had the right to attend Town Hall, and in the circumstances I can understand why police would have been so minded to prevent a counter-protest or the Jewish community gathering there to mourn. It seems sensible.
Now, at about 12:45 p.m. the next day on the 9th of October, it was reported in the briefing channel, the WhatsApp group, that the protest would be marching towards the Opera House that evening.
Yeah, this was a very significant update. Obviously the government had made the decision to light up the Opera House in the colours of blue and white. Members of the Jewish community were understandably planning to go down to the Opera House for a vigil or gathering to provide strength and reassurance to one another. And at that point, 12:44 p.m. on the 9th of October, we became aware that the protesters were no longer planning to remain at Town Hall, but were now planning to travel by foot from Town Hall to the Opera House.
And did you or CSG understand at that point that there were reports that members of Hizbut Tahrir would be attending the march?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that information?
Well, if you recall, on the 8th of October, the evening of the 8th of October, so that's the Sunday night, we'd seen fireworks displays in parts of Western Sydney, and we'd also seen quite an infamous gathering in Greenacre where one sheikh got up to celebrate the atrocities of October 7, and his infamous words of "It's a day of pride, it's a day of courage, I'm smiling, I'm elated," reflected a sympathy for the acts of violence. And to think that those individuals would be going down to the Opera House where a gathering of the Jewish community would be taking place obviously gave rise to concerns.
Your statement also records the chat that the individual from CSG said to the WhatsApp group, police have advised that it is not safe to attend the Opera House tonight, or we must do all that we can to ensure that people do not attend.
Yes, so this was the first intimation that I received, that police were now giving guidance that the Jewish community should at the very least avoid the Opera House. And it was a source of surprise and disappointment.
And if the protest was now moving down to the Opera House as you understood it, did you consider at the time that advice of the police was appropriate for safety reasons?
Well, I didn't, and the reason was that the protest which had been planned on the 7th of October was for Town Hall. The government had made the decision to light the Opera House in blue and white. The Jewish community was planning to attend the Opera House to give one another reassurance as part of a vigil. And the fact that police were now saying that that could no longer proceed, that the Jewish community had to vacate the national symbol which was being lit as an act of solidarity, concerned me greatly, and I found it to be quite objectionable.
It was also reported or stated in the channel that police were expecting to move on and or arrest members of the protest or anyone else involved in antisocial activities or unsanctioned demonstrations as part of the protest. Is that right?
Well, I mean, that's the police's job, and if that wasn't their intention, I think that would have been a source of further concern.
Yeah. Now, a little later in the afternoon of 9 October, it appears from the records you've produced that the scope of the advice from New South Wales Police may have either broadened or be understood to have broadened. Your statement records that the individual from CSG, who was primarily dealing with police, posted the following: the advice and request from police was that it was not safe to be in the CBD that night and that communication should go out to the community advising them of that. Is that right?
That's my recollection, and that's also recorded in that WhatsApp channel as a contemporaneous record of what was said.
Yeah. Did you understand the warnings conveyed by police to recommend that the Jewish community avoid the expected areas of the protest, that is Town Hall and the Opera House and the path between those places, or the CBD generally?
My initial understanding was to avoid the Town Hall and the Opera House. From discussions with CSG and some of the content in that WhatsApp channel, together with conversations I had with the police minister who conveyed operational advice from police, my recollection is that the advice then broadened, so that the Jewish community was effectively being told to avoid the CBD.
Is it right that you did not yourself have a conversation with any police officer, but that you did talk to the police minister on the afternoon of 9 October?
That's correct. I spoke with the police minister at least twice.
What you understood at the time that the police had said to the CSG representative who was posting messages in the channel that the community should avoid the CBD generally. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what was your reaction at the time to being told that the Jewish community should leave or avoid either the CBD or large parts of the CBD?
Look, I thought it was quite an extraordinary and outrageous admonition from police. I can't recall any group, particularly any religious or racial group, ever being provided advice that they should avoid their own city's CBD for their own safety and well-being. It was effectively the police saying, we can't keep your community safe. And as I've said in my statement, in my view, it was effectively the police transferring control of the CBD to the protesters. And I thought the matter was very serious, which is why I escalated as I did.
And you expressed that view in a call to the police minister?
I did.
but you decided to issue a warning to the Jewish community in any event?
We received repeated advice from the police. We received advice from the police minister, who was conveying the operational protocols and advice of the police that it was unsafe for the Jewish community to be in the CBD. At that point, our choice was either not to provide that advice to the Jewish community and risk community members being exposed unwittingly to danger, or instead to formally advise the community to heed the advice of the security professionals and not to attend the CBD that evening. And we agonised over whether or not to put out a statement to a highly traumatised community. And in your opening statements, you talked about the lived experience of the Jewish community and the way this particular gathering was received. The fact that 2 days after October 7, a community which was highly traumatised and in mourning was told the CBD wasn't safe for them, had profound psychological impacts. And we didn't take the fact that we passed on this advice to the community lightly. And even now, reading my statement again, it is still quite extraordinary that this was the advice and that we were put in a position where we had to communicate this to the community accordingly.
And the Jewish Board of Deputies did send an email to an email mailing list of members of the Jewish community, is that right?
That's correct.
And approximately how many recipients received that email?
Look, it's a very wide database. There'd be at least 10,000 email addresses, but some families would have one email address, so you're talking about a database which goes to the overwhelming majority of the community.
The email advice reflected the warning not to attend the Sydney Opera House precinct or the Town Hall?
That's correct.
And you advised in the email that anyone in the CBD generally should be vigilant?
Correct.
The JBD email did not in terms advise the community to stay away from the whole of the Sydney CBD?
That's correct. You have to recall, it was a work day. It was a work day.
Yes.
People were attending their workplaces in the CBD. Children were attending school in the CBD. The instruction to leave the CBD would have taken things to a whole nother level, and really would have brought about a lot of additional fear and concern.
Yeah. Now, a similar message
and I should just say, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Lancaster, a lot of individuals from the community did decide, off the basis of these messages, to leave the CBD earlier. And we're also aware of workplaces sending around communications, effectively providing permission to members of the Jewish community to leave the CBD because of concerns about what would transpire that evening.
The Jewish Board of Deputies also posted to its Instagram account a similar conveying of the warning from New South Wales Police, didn't it?
That's correct. We were using every channel available to us to try to disseminate the message as quickly as possible.
Now, was there any other source of messages to the Jewish community about police recommendations or warnings in respect of the protests, to your knowledge?
Not that I recall.
Did you understand a message originating from the Jewish Board of Deputies may have been understood by recipients in the Jewish community as a general warning not to attend any part of the CBD area?
I think in the message we said exercise vigilance if you're in the CBD, and a lot of people would have taken that message, particularly in that climate, as I should avoid the CBD because of this extraordinary message which I'm receiving, an unprecedented message.
And you've described in paragraph 54 of your statement that the Jewish community had a genuine sense of fear about communal safety and security on that night of 9 October. You have addressed that in your oral evidence already to some extent, but do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, so you had the coalescence of the terrorist attack in southern Israel, which brought about all of this intergenerational trauma. You had a proliferation of what I consider to be anti-Israel and anti-Semitic social media activity, which started as the attack was still ongoing. You had the celebrations on the streets of Sydney on the 8th of October. You then had the despicable Opera House protest on the 9th of October, and the police effectively telling the community to avoid, at the very least, that part of the CBD. And I think all of those factors gave rise legitimately to fear within the Jewish community about communal safety and security. I think the other point is, as we've learned, events in the Middle East very rarely stay in the Middle East. And the same actors who wish ill on Israel and the Israeli people, they view Jewish communities worldwide as the soft underbelly. And if they can manifest attacks on Jewish community targets worldwide, that's often a secondary way of inflicting damage on the State of Israel.
Now, were you in contact with members of the government or the police force the next day on the 10th of October?
So I spoke to the Premier and the Deputy Commissioner, I believe, on the evening of the 9th of October after the protest. And then on the morning of the 10th of October, I spoke to Deputy Commissioner Hudson, Deputy Commissioner Lanyon, spoke to a range of government representatives. There was a lot of shock and concern about what had transpired the evening before, and I think there was definitely a sense, an apologetic tone to those conversations.
Was anything specifically said about the police warning to avoid the town hall, the Opera House, and the path in between?
Well, look, the Premier, I thought, handled this matter exceptionally well, and he was on gazetted leave on the 9th of October. He publicly apologised on behalf of the government for decisions which were made on the 9th of October, and the government's and the police's failure to provide a safe space adjacent to the Opera House for the Jewish community to grieve.
Thanks, Mr. Ossip. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. There have been applications for leave to cross-examine Mr. Ossip from the Palestine Action Group, from APAN and from New South Wales. There is a degree of overlap in the applications between APAN and the Palestine Action Group. Leave has been granted to each of you, but on the basis that the cross-examination is not duplicative. I don't know whether Mr. Toomey and Ms. Mather, you've had any discussions about your preferred order as between the two of you?
I'm quite happy to go first, Commissioner. I know that that's not an answer to your question. We discussed it very briefly before you came onto the bench.
Very well, and I'll come to you, Ms. Callan, after hearing from the cross-examination of both those parties. Yes, thank you, Mr. Toomey.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Ossip, of course, I appreciate that you are not in a position to say anything about the motivation of the organisers of the town hall rally on the 9th of October.
Yes.
That's right, isn't it?
I find their motivations extremely difficult to understand. Your clients effectively called for a protest at Town Hall on the evening of 7th of October, whilst the attacks in southern Israel were still ongoing. Women were still being raped, children were being kidnapped into Gaza, and terrorists were going house to house and burning people alive. So I still don't understand why they thought that calling a protest in such circumstances was in any way necessary or justified. I thought their conduct was appalling.
You have described in your evidence here today the protest itself as despicable. do you mean to refer to those things that you say occurred at the protest and that you refer to at paragraph 50 of your statement as being despicable, or the protest itself?
Look, the protest achieved international notoriety because you had protesters proudly screaming, "F the Jews, we're the Jews." One individual screamed out, "I'm going to kill them all." There were flares being thrown at the police. There were flags being burnt. It was a scene of international disgrace and infamy. It's amongst the clearest examples of anti-Semitism we've seen over the past few years.
What I'm seeking to differentiate between is that conduct that you have just referred to and the organisation of a protest per se.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think at any point I've expressed concern about the organisation of a protest. In fact, when it was just scheduled to be held at Town Hall, we were actively working with police to avoid a contest between the groups. So I think it's a bit of a red herring to suggest that I've expressed opposition to a protest per se.
You criticise the timing of it though, don't you?
The timing of what, sir?
The protest.
Absolutely. As I said, the protest was called on the evening of 7th of October, when some of the most gruesome attacks on civilians were still underway. It's unfathomable.
In your statement, you said, although I don't know that you've repeated it in your oral evidence today, that it is notable and should never be forgotten that this protest took place before Israel had commenced any military response. Mm-hmm. Now, do you still understand that to be true?
Yeah, absolutely. Israel's army was regrettably and famously caught flat-footed on the 7th of October. And by the 9th of October, the Israelis were still clearing Israeli towns and villages of Hamas terrorists. They were identifying the dead. They still didn't know who had been kidnapped. To be honest, things were in a state of disarray. They were trying to mobilise reservists. I think the Israeli War Cabinet was only formed on the 12th of October. At that point, there was still consideration for Israel to go after Hezbollah before Hamas. And then President Biden famously visited on the 18th of October, and he had a meeting with the Israeli War Cabinet to decide strategy. So yes, Israel hadn't commenced its response yet.
You are aware, aren't you, that Israel Defence Force fighter jets began conducting airstrikes in the Gaza Strip at around 5:30 p.m. Sydney time on the 7th of October?
I just have to make the point, this is a Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism. We're dealing with a protest where protesters shouted out, "F the Jews" and "We're the Jews" and "I'm going to kill them all." And I'm a bit confused as to why we're getting caught up in the minutiae of the timeline of a foreign military operation, even though I do reject the premise of your question as well.
I'm addressing assertions that you have made and asking you whether you are aware of contrary facts. That is, that indeed on the 7th of October, airstrikes had been commenced by the Israel Defence Force on the Gaza Strip.
I think, and I'm happy to address that again, but I think this line of questioning is very instructive.
Mr. Ossip, if the line of questioning falls outside matters that are properly before me, I will rule the question inadmissible. I have not made that ruling.
Absolutely, Commissioner. I fully respect that. Sorry, Mr. Timmy, can you repeat the question?
Are you aware that by 5:30 p.m. Sydney time on the 7th of October, the Israeli Defence Force had commenced conducting airstrikes in the Gaza Strip?
That very well may be the case. Obviously there was a lot going on. Hostages were being taken into the Gaza Strip. there was concern about where those hostages would be taken. There may have been concerns. I'm speculating now. There may have been concerns about further military operations. I'm unsure what the context was.
Do you mean to imply by any of your evidence that the purpose of the rally that was organised by the Palestine Action Group on the 7th of October 2023 was somehow celebratory of the October 7 Hamas attack?
What I would say is a lot of the social media activity pertaining to that protest was quite celebratory of what took place. There was a celebration on the 8th of October, there was fireworks being released. Some of those same individuals later attended the protest on 9th of October. So I can't judge the motivations of everyone who attended, but I think it's fair to say that there were quite a few people there who were celebrating.
I want to suggest to you that you have seen nothing that has emanated from the organisers of the rally, namely the Palestine Action Group, which would suggest in any way that the rally was being convened to celebrate those despicable attacks.
Unfortunately for the organisers, when you hold an event, you're responsible for what takes place at that event. And there were certainly acts of celebration, and there were acts of quite egregious anti-Semitism, and for better or worse. In the same way I take responsibility for events which fall under my auspices, I think the organisers of this protest have to take responsibility for the scenes of notoriety which were beamed worldwide.
I'll take your answer to be that you are not aware of anything emanating from the Palestine Action Group that would suggest that the purpose of convening the rally was in any way to celebrate the despicable Hamas attacks.
I don't concede that. I'm happy to take it on notice. I didn't expect to be asked that question. But what I would say is certainly there was a lot of celebration in the immediate aftermath of October 7. The rally was called for the evening of 7 October, and I don't think it's unfair to extrapolate that at least some of the participants were celebrating what had taken place in southern Israel.
Have you ever viewed the Facebook post which was made by the Palestine Action Group, which called for people to attend a rally at the Town Hall on the 7th of October 2023?
I may have, but it's difficult to answer questions without that post in front of me.
I'll show you a document. Have you ever seen that document?
I believe I would have been shown this around the time of the rally.
And what it explicitly states is that what was being organised was a rally for a free Palestine and no war on Gaza.
Look, it is quite extraordinary timing for that rally to be promoted on the evening of the 7th of October, whilst the atrocities perpetrated by Hamas were still underway. This post would have gone out while women were still being raped, while children were being kidnapped, whilst families were being burnt alive, and Palestine Action Group thought that that was an appropriate time to hold a rally for a free Palestine. It's impossible to avoid the connection between the events of 7th of October and the calling of this rally.
Or to ignore the events of the 7th of October and the announcements then made by the Israeli Prime Minister as to Israel's intentions concerning the impending actions of the Israeli Defence Force.
No, but Mr. Toomey, that's just blatantly incorrect. This would have been disseminated on the evening of the 7th of October. Israel was in a state of complete disarray at that time. The military wasn't present, regrettably, to defend against Hamas, And there are still criticisms of Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government for going missing in action on that initial day. So I don't understand why you're seeking to justify the calling of this rally by reference to purported proclamations of Prime Minister Netanyahu or the Israeli government, which never took place.
Are you aware that Prime Minister Netanyahu at 6 p.m. Sydney time on the 7th of October declared that Israel was at war with Hamas, not an operation, not a round, at war, and that Israeli Defence Forces had launched airstrikes into Gaza, vowing to inflict an unprecedented price? Were you aware that such an announcement had been made by the Israeli Prime Minister by the time the Palestine Action Group sent out the call for a rally at Town Hall?
I don't recall the precise timing of that announcement, but clearly Israelis were looking for reassurance from their government and their military, who for hours on the date of the 7th of October were missing in action. So it doesn't surprise me that at some stage you had the leader of a country under attack telling his citizens that the government was there and would do what it can to protect them.
Mr. Toomey, just before you continue, is it sought to tender the document that the witness has been shown? Mr.
Yes,
Lancaster?
Commissioner.
I haven't seen a copy of the document yet,
Yes.
but if it
Well,
could be
perhaps
provided,
if Mr.
Social media
Lancaster
post.
might be shown a copy of the document, and then perhaps we can consider who might tender it.
yes, I have an electronic copy, and that reflects that. I tender the document.
Yes, very well. Now we're faced with the terrible prospect of a document having been tendered without a document ID number. I understand that process can be attended to. The document is being marked as we speak.
It could be marked for identification until then, Commissioner.
Yes, indeed. MFI 1. Very well. I'm sorry, Mr. Toomey, but
Not at all, Commissioner.
just trying to keep things in
Yes,
order.
I understand. Thank you. Are you aware, Mr. Ossip, that there was a group of protesters who attended at the Opera House on the 7th of October 2023 who had not been present at the Town Hall?
Sorry, I'm confused. There was a gathering at the Opera House on the 7th of October?
2023.
No, October.
I'm sorry, the 9th. I do apologise. The 9th.
Can you rephrase the question?
Are you aware that there was a group of protesters who joined the protest which had commenced at the Town Hall on the 9th of October 2023, but only joined when that group had moved to the Opera House, that is, the first group?
I'm not aware of the minutiae of who joined the protest when.
Have you discussed with police since the 9 October protest what they knew about who was responsible for the chants that you referred to and the burning of an Israeli flag and the lighting of flares, etc.?
Look, the police commenced an investigation, and I accepted that they were investigating.
My
And
question to you is...
I didn't think it was appropriate to delve into that investigation further.
So you have never discussed with police their investigations into what happened on the 9th of October?
There have been discussions with police about the events of the 9th of October, concerns about some of the behaviour we saw that evening, and repeatedly I've asked police to ensure that any unlawful conduct is addressed through investigation and, if necessary, prosecution.
And have they been discussions between you and police officers or others and police officers? That is, you personally. Let me put it another way.
No,
Have you
I'm just trying
personally-
to recall, Mr. Timmy, because I don't want to mislead the Commission. I can't recall any individual instance, but probably at some stage I've been involved in those conversations.
And at some stage during those discussions, were you informed that there was a small group which had joined that rally late in the piece, and only once the first group had arrived at the Opera House?
I don't recall that.
And that it was they who were responsible for the acts which you set out in paragraph 50 of your statement.
I don't recall being told that. In everything I've been aware of, there hasn't been there hasn't been a distinction between parts of the protest coming at different times.
And did police make you aware that organisers from the Palestine Action Group were called upon by police to assist in controlling that smaller group of protesters?
So, Mr. Toomey, if I understand correctly, you're asking me, am I aware of what the police's interactions were with protest organisers whilst the protest was underway on the 9th of October?
Yes.
No.
Are you aware that the Palestine Action Group condemned the following day on social media the acts of that small group of people who had been responsible for the things that you set out in paragraph 50 of your statement, including the chants?
I'd need to see the full scope of that apology.
May I show you another document?
Thank you.
I think the witness has completed reading the document, Mr. Toomey.
Thank you, Commissioner. Have you seen that before, Mr. Ossip?
I may have. Obviously, it's been quite a few years since 10th of October.
And if you accept that that is indeed a post by the Palestine Action Group, do you agree, on the basis of that statement, that they roundly condemned the actions of those people whose actions you have identified in paragraph 50 of your statement?
Look, I can't verify what took place on the evening of the 9th of October, and obviously this is their account of what took place. But obviously the fact that in this post they've noted that some of that behaviour was condemned is welcome.
Yes, and they themselves condemned it, didn't they?
Who is they themselves?
The writers of the document that's before you now.
I can't find a specific condemnation, but I accept that the top paragraph on page 57 is intimating that.
I do wish to have that document tendered to, please, Commissioner.
Yes.
Yes, I do propose to tender that. Perhaps it could be marked.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to do that. You do propose to do it?
I do.
Yes, very well. Well, again, we might mark that for identification too until the all-important document ID can be attached to it.
I think I'll leave the rest to you, Rebecca. Were you aware, Mr. Ossip, that there were Jewish Australians, that is, people who identified as Jewish, who attended the rally on the 9th of October? You're still reading, are you?
Yeah, sorry. I was just reading. There's a lot about genocide, even on the 10th of October 2023. But please proceed.
Were you aware that there were Jewish Australians, that is, people who openly identified as Jewish, who attended the 9 October rally at Town Hall and proceeded with the rally to the Opera House?
They're very well made, and obviously I'm aware that there are members of the Jewish community who are associated with PAG and attend their rallies, and so is their right.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of it.
No, and so is their absolute right. There's no uniformity of opinion within the Jewish community.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. That's the cross-examination from me.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Ossip, do I understand your evidence correctly that the tenor of it
I'm so sorry.
is...
Who do you appear on behalf of?
I'm sorry. My name is Martwa and I appear on behalf of the Australian Palestinian Action Network.
Okay. Yes?
Do I understand that the tenor of your evidence is that you and the Jewish Board of Deputies, who you represent, found it deeply insensitive and troubling that PAG should organise a protest on the 7th of October 2023?
Profoundly. As I mentioned, you had over 1,000 individuals killed in Israel. 250 people were kidnapped, including women and children. You had children killed in front of parents, parents killed in front of children. You had the Nova Music Festival where young women were raped in their dying moments and raped after they were indeed murdered. The fact that a protest was organised while this was still underway was pretty shocking.
And you speak of the deep psychological trauma that many in the Jewish community have suffered over the decades. That's a fair assessment, isn't it?
Yeah, look, unfortunately part of the Jewish experience is hardship and persecution, and for at least the past 2,000 years, in every generation there have been challenges, and the events of 7th of October did certainly give rise to intergenerational trauma.
And you appreciate and understand, don't you, Mr. Ossip, that Palestinians, both in the occupied territory and here in Australia, have also suffered deep psychological trauma?
Yeah, of course. And I should just say, as a proud Zionist, in no way should that be taken as opposing a Palestinian presence in the contested land or Palestinian rights and dignity. I think it's very important to say that. And to any Palestinian who's suffered now or in the past, any innocent Palestinian that is, obviously, as a human being, there's empathy towards them.
And the context in relation to the events of 7 October 2023 are firstly that in the period between 2008 and 2023, 7 October 2023, roughly 6,600 Palestinians had been killed by the Israeli security forces. That's the context, is it not?
I mean, that's your assertion. I wasn't prepared for this. There's no way I can actually comment on that.
It's your understanding, isn't it, however, that in the period of 2023, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs called 2023 the deadliest year for the West Bank Palestinians since it began recording casualties in 2005. In the first 9 months of the year of that year alone, before October 7, roughly 200 Palestinians had been killed, including roughly 40 children. That was information known to you, wasn't it, Mr. Ossip?
Again, I mean, that is your assertion. I haven't seen the document you're referring to. I'm not aware of the context. I'm not aware of who the author of the report was, what the background of that author was. I accept it's a very contested part of the world, that there are ongoing security challenges, that obviously you had a listed terrorist organisation, Hamas, which was running Gaza and terrorising not just Israeli civilians in the surrounds, but also terrorising the Palestinian civilian population of Gaza as well. It's very complex.
And in terms of its complexity, Mr. Ossip, is it correct to say that as the President of the Jewish Board of Deputies, you feel that it is incumbent upon you to keep abreast with, for example, publications made by the United Nations with respect to affairs in Israel and the occupied territory?
Look, I read a wide variety of materials. I think just relying on the United Nations probably doesn't give you the full scope and full picture of what's going on. But certainly, I mean, I've followed these matters closely over decades, and what's happened in Gaza since Israel withdrew in 2005 and what Hamas has done to that territory, and the way it took international aid and used it for its own terrorist infrastructure has concerned me greatly. The way it's treated its LGBTQ community, the way it's crushed civil dissent, the way it's used resources to build a tunnel city underneath Gaza. It's used civilians as human shields. It's built tunnels into Israeli communities. It's fired rockets. Innocent Israelis and innocent Palestinians have really been the victim of a very vile terrorist organisation.
Yes, and just coming back to the context and the intention and objective behind PAG's decision to call a protest on the 7th of October, in terms of you having read widely, you'd be aware, Mr. Ossip, wouldn't you, with respect to the Human Rights Council 14th Session Report of March 2019, which in relation to the occupied territory made these findings, namely, the Commission found reasonable grounds to believe that during these weekly demonstrations, the Israeli security forces killed and gravely injured civilians who were neither participating directly in hostilities nor posing an imminent threat to life. Among those shot were children, paramedics, journalists, and persons with disabilities. 183 people were shot dead, and another 6,106 were wounded with live ammunition. They would be facts known to you, wouldn't they, Mr. Ossip?
Yes.
Commissioner,
Yes, Ms. Hillman.
To make the following point, I appreciate that the rules of evidence don't apply within the Commission.
Ms. Hillman, I'm having difficulty hearing you. If you could speak
I
up.
apologise, Commissioner. Is that
That's
better?
better.
I appreciate the rules of evidence don't apply in the formal sense in the Commission. My concern is that the question that's being put to the witness is firstly one that's not fair, because there's significant amounts of material that's being referred to that is not before the witness. But secondly, outside of the terms of reference, I don't think it is of assistance to the Commission.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hillman. Ms. Mather, I don't think you're going to get very far with this line. But can I put this to you? The witness has acknowledged that it is a very contested history, that there have been innocent Palestinian lives lost just as innocent Israeli lives lost. matters that you wish to canvass, but the witness isn't in a position to do more than possibly agree that that is a fair reading of a portion of a United Nations Commission report. That can be referred to in submissions, Ms. Mather, but I do think that
I hear what you're...
We've gone as far as we can with this
understand.
line of questioning.
I understand. If I could just ask one question to sum that up. Mr. Ossip, in terms of the motivations of Palestinian Australians, it is not that surprising, is it, that on 7 October 2023, they were likewise filled with fear with respect to the future of those civilians in the occupied territory.
Commissioner, I rise again. Only
Well, Ms.
because...
Hillman, yes?
Well, this witness is not the appropriate person to give an opinion as to what
Ms.
the
Hillman,
motivations...
the witness has given evidence of his impressions of the distress to the Jewish community. Ms. Mather it's open to her to seek to see if the witness will agree with the proposition that's being put, and I propose to allow it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Ossip, did you? I think the question, you'd completed your question, had you not?
Thank you,
Can you
Commissioner.
restate the question?
Oh, right, yes.
In the context of your earlier evidence that you found it insensitive that a protest should be called on the 7th, you understood, didn't you, and you appreciated that Palestinian Australians were likewise filled with deep fear with respect to what the future held for those in the occupied territory.
Look, I'm not the best place to opine on what Palestinian Australians were feeling. It's definitely possible and probably likely that there was concern after you had the government of Gaza commencing a war in such a vicious and brutal way as it did. Notwithstanding all of that, I think it's important for all of us as citizens of Australia to show kindness and respect and understanding and sensitivity to others. And notwithstanding any trauma that those Palestinians Australians were feeling, I feel like if they were involved in organising this rally at a time when such grievous acts of violence were being committed against Israeli civilians, I think that showed a lack of sensitivity.
Can I turn to paragraph 51 of your statement? It's already been touched upon by Mr. Toomey, and it's the express statement by you with respect to the 9 October protest, that it, quote unquote, it is notable and should never be forgotten that this protest took place before Israel had commenced any military
Ms. Mather,
response.
I think this ground has been covered by Mr. Toomey, and I made it clear the leave does not extend to duplicative cross-examination.
I wanted to take him to one media release, which he has not been taken to, which comes direct from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Security Cabinet, namely in light of his statement, which indicates that there was intelligence coming through with respect to events in Israel, because there's clearly a disjunct between that media release and the statement at 51.
All right, the one document.
Mr. Ossip, were you following, or were those that informed and assisted you following media releases by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or or Prime Minister's office in Israel?
Okay, you're clearly referring to a specific release. What is the release? And I can tell you whether or not I was aware of it.
It is a release published on the 8th of October, which states this as the concluding remarks by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, quote, We are embarking on a long and difficult war that was forced on us by murderous Hamas attack. The first stage is ending at this time by the destruction of the vast majority of the enemy forces that infiltrated our territory. At the same time, we have begun the offensive phase, which will continue with neither limitations nor respite until the objectives are achieved. We will restore security to the citizens of Israel and we will win. Among the decisions made by the Security Cabinet was halting the supply of electricity, fuel and goods.
Okay, so the first part of that statement clearly referred to the fact that they were trying to clear their towns and villages of Hamas terrorists who were still present. When they're talking about an offensive operation, as I've said, the Israeli military relies on reservists. At that time, they weren't in a position to actually commence any offensive operation. They had to mobilise reservists. Obviously, Prime Minister Netanyahu is the Prime Minister of a country under attack, and he wants to convey to the Israeli people that he's in control, that the government of Israel is in control, and that they can defend themselves against the Hamas, the bloodthirsty monsters of Hamas, who had just committed unspeakable crimes against innocent civilians. So I think that's what that statement's referring to.
The following day, he declared war. And it's that statement, Mr. Ossip, do you agree that it does not align with your assertion in paragraph 51?
No, I stand by my assertion completely. As I've told you before, the Israeli War Cabinet was only formed on the 12th of October. There was a massive debate in Israel going on about whether or not to attack Hezbollah first before going after Hamas. The Biden administration said that they were going to come to Israel and they were going to discuss what the tactics were going to be. President Biden came, I think, on the 18th of October. There was a joint meeting with the Israeli War Cabinet, and only at that point were firm decisions made about what the next steps would be. So I stand by my statement completely.
One last question, if I may, Commissioner.
What is that question?
The Prime Minister's office, Mr. Ossip, on the 9th of October, through the Security Cabinet, made this media statement. Last night, the Security Cabinet approved the war situation.
Sorry, what date was this?
It was published on the 8th of October and updated on the 9th. Last night, the Security Cabinet approved the war situation and to this end, the taking of significant military steps as per Article 40 of Basic Law.
Ms. Mather, no, don't. We have now received some material concerning the steps taken in the immediate aftermath of the Hamas incursion into the territory of Israel. We are not going to explore that the hostilities in greater detail in this commission. So is there a further area that you wish to explore with Mr. Ossip, unconnected with paragraph 51 of his statement?
The other paragraph we were given leave to was with respect to 27.
Yes, very well.
And that
Look,
was
Ms. Mather, what I think I'm going to do is take the morning adjournment and we can come to paragraph 27 after that.
Thank you.
Royal Commission is now resumed.
Yes, Ms Maida.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions. I believe the matters I wish to address in relation to paragraph 27 were addressed by me in my earlier questioning. What I would like to do, however, is tender the 3 documents from which I read.
Yes. Perhaps if those documents can be shown to Mr Lancaster and...
I have received a copy.
Oh, you've received?
Commissioner. Yeah.
Well,
So I'm content to tender the 2 specific documents that were read from and put to Mr Ossip.
yes.
So that's the extract from the Human Rights Council session in 2019.
Yes, well that'll be MFI 3 until it gets a marking, a number.
And a record from the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs with the announcement of Prime Minister Netanyahu that was put to Mr Ossip.
Yes.
I propose to tender that.
All right, that'll be MFI 4 until it'll be received as an exhibit, but we're waiting those document IDs.
There was a 3rd document that was provided to me, but that was the subject of a question that started, but then you disallowed.
Yes.
I understood there was Commissioner, that you did raise an issue with respect to it, reading from it, but the proposition I then put came directly from it, and that was permitted, and that was with respect to the declaration of war.
I'm content to tender it.
All right then. MFI 5 until we give it a doc ID. Very well, now Ms Callan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Ossip, my name is Callan. I represent the State of New South Wales in this Royal Commission. Thank you. Mr Ossip, after the Hamas attack on the 7th of October 2023, is it correct to say that an immediate concern you had, which was shared by the Jewish Board of Deputies and CSG, was for the security of the New South Wales Jewish community?
That's correct, and I should have made the point earlier, and with your indulgence, Commissioner and Ms Callan, I should have expressed gratitude to the police more generally for the support they've given the Jewish community over the past 3 years. They've had to deal with some extraordinarily difficult situations. I think they'd be the first to admit that not everything has gone correctly, but the commitment to the safety and well-being of the Jewish community, I don't think we've ever doubted, and we're very grateful for the service of the leadership of New South Wales Police, but the police force more broadly.
Mr Ossip, not only was the security of the New South Wales Jewish community an immediate concern that arose from your perspective after the Hamas attack on the 7th of October, but that concern has remained an enduring one from your perspective?
Absolutely.
And Commissioner, correct to understand that it was that concern, along with you becoming aware of it, as you describe it, an anti-Israel protest being arranged for 9 October that prompted the discussion you referred to at paragraph 16 of your statement, to which you've also referred in oral evidence, in which you sought appropriate precautions to ensure the well-being and security of the New South Wales Jewish community.
That's correct.
And from around about that point onwards, it seems that you and, is this correct, to your observation, officers from CSG have had regular telephone calls with New South Wales police officers on the topic of Jewish communal security?
That's definitely the case.
And so, for instance, over the days 8 and 9 October, it's apparent from the contents of what's described as the CSG operational briefing channel, or the WhatsApp chat that you've referred to, and also your statement, that that has included communications across the police hierarchy, including at the level of Assistant Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner?
That is definitely the case. I should just note that the Commissioner at the time, she was on leave.
Yes.
From what I recall. But yes, it went up to Assistant Commissioner Cook, who I think was given carriage of managing at least the 9th of October protest.
At a point, I think later in the evening on the 9th of October, you yourself spoke to then Deputy Commissioner Mal Lanyon.
Yes.
And through these various communications, whether by yourself or to your knowledge, officers from CSG, there's been an ability to raise concerns with police about the safety of the New South Wales Jewish community and vice versa.
Yes, that's definitely the case.
Now, when you became aware, and it seems this was on the evening of the 7th of October, that there was proposed to be an anti-Israel protest on the 9th of October with the proposed location of Town Hall, is it correct to say that an immediate concern you had, shared by the Jewish Board of Deputies and CSG, was as to any security threat that might pose to the safety of the New South Wales Jewish community?
I don't believe so. There was so much happening on the 7th of October that the protest at Town Hall didn't occupy a lot of my headspace at that stage. And when I became aware of it, I was bemused and shocked that anyone would think to organise a protest in such circumstances. But at that stage, if the protest was confined to Town Hall, I don't think I had any immediate security concerns.
So can I just ask, in your statement, paragraph 13, you refer to becoming aware of the protest?
That's correct.
And then over in your statement, for instance, paragraph 16, you refer to those conversations you had at very senior levels, if I can put it that way, at the New South Wales government.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that you didn't make reference to the protest in those conversations in terms of seeking to ensure security and well-being of the New South Wales Jewish community?
I think the only time I started to raise concerns about that protest was when I was put on notice the next day that the protest is intended to march from Town Hall to the Opera House.
I see. Okay.
As I've said earlier in my evidence, I found the protest incredibly distasteful and insensitive. But if it was confined to Town Hall, individuals are allowed to protest even if we find it offensive.
And so this picks up on some evidence you gave in answer to counsel assisting. You said along the lines of, notwithstanding those individuals had the right to attend at Town Hall, and in the circumstances, I can understand why police would have been so minded to prevent a counter-protest or the Jewish community gathering there to mourn seemed sensible. Is this the position, Mr. Ossip, that from your perspective, if the protest was confined to Town Hall, you recognised that there were valid basis for the security concerns about members of the Jewish community being in that vicinity?
I could fully understand why police would want to avoid a potentially combustible situation. It just wasn't what we needed on the streets of Sydney at that time.
I think the language you used in your evidence was about the police preventing a counter-protest or the Jewish community. Just to be clear, strictly speaking, what the police do isn't prevent, but they do express, for instance, advice or seek to engage with community leaders from the perspective of public safety.
Yeah, that's completely right, and I should clarify that. But my recollection was that there was maybe one or two individuals who they became aware of who intended to attend Town Hall, and police asked CSG to try to persuade those individuals not to attend, and CSG, and I think I was involved in those conversations, spoke to the individuals and they readily accepted police's advice.
And does Commissioner see that reflected in the operational briefing channel, that backwards and forwards amongst yourself and other officers from CSG as information was coming to light about proposed, for instance, attendance by individuals at Town Hall?
I recall it was discussed in the WhatsApp channel. Let me quickly have a look.
Yes.
Yeah, it's dealt with in the WhatsApp channel.
Commissioner, I know there's some sensitivity around the content of the WhatsApp channel in terms of it not being appropriate for it to be displayed on the live stream, but just to be clear, what's being referenced, as I understand it, is the document which has been marked JBD.8999.001.0003, and that has been marked, I think, DO2 to your statement. Is that correct, Mr. Ossip?
That's correct.
All right.
Sorry, I believe it's DO. Yeah, DO2.
Now, in while you have that document in front of you, do you see on the way it's been printed out, at least on my version of the third page, but it's some content on the 8th of October 2023 at 12:43, so just afternoon, from an officer from CSG, I think, in reference to a possible counter-protest.
Yes.
On that topic, at that point in time, we there see that you considered that there was merit in arranging, as you describe it, a solidarity rally for our community.
Yeah, and that took place on the Wednesday night. It
Yes.
was attended by a range of government leaders of other communities, and it was a chance for the community to come together and grieve over what had taken place.
An immediate observation.
I should just say as well, when the discussion is of a possible counter-protest, you were talking about one or two individuals who would have wanted to organise a gathering, but again, those are individuals who speak for themselves as opposed to any communal organisation, and their intentions were swiftly put to an end following discussions with them.
What you indicated in the message that you circulated at 12:44 p.m. that day was seeking guidance from CSG on the security requirements and timing for if I might describe it, a solidarity rally, to
Yes.
use your language.
Yes.
And you, for instance, refer to whether that advice, for instance, as to location, either at an inside or outside venue.
Yes.
And you had on your mind the
I'm just mindful of the processes that we go through to organise the events and any potential security ramifications if those are dealt with publicly. I know it's quite high level at this stage, but just want to be mindful of that.
Yes, Mr. Ossip, I appreciate those concerns, and I will seek to ensure that that's borne in mind.
Thanks.
With that printout of the CSG operational briefing channel still in front of you there,
Yes.
do you see there's an entry at 15:05, which is a conversation that is also referred to in your witness statement at paragraph 17 between an officer from CSG with the commander of the Sydney City Pack?
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, you were not a party to that telephone discussion, is that correct?
That's correct.
As at that point in time, to your understanding, did CSG have concerns about security to the Jewish community if they attended the Town Hall region at the same time as the anti-Israel protest?
I think what's said in the message here is this CSG officer is conveying what the superintendent has told him which is that we need to keep the Jewish community away from this protest, i.e. the town hall protest, and not to be in the vicinity of that protest. So I think he's conveying the police's concerns. At that stage, at least based on what I'm looking at here, CSG itself hasn't provided security advice about members of the community attending that gathering.
And so do you tell the Royal Commissioner that as at that point in time, CSG did or did not have concerns about security to the Jewish community if they attended the Town Hall region at the same time as the anti-Israel protest?
Look, I'm sure they... I mean, if police are telling CSG to keep members of the community away from a protest to be held at Town Hall, there's obviously reasons why they're giving that advice. And any reasonable CSG officer appraised of that advice would consequently hold concerns.
And we can see from the messages that follow, it appears, in this CSG operational briefing channel, that, for instance, there was no expressions of disagreement in respect of the public safety concerns that had been identified by police.
Yeah, look, I've made this point a few times. Keeping the community away from Town Hall and allowing the Town Hall protest to proceed, I think there was consensus that it was sensible to proceed on that basis and an understanding of police's position. And just as a general proposition, we always seek to partner with police and to work cooperatively with them. There's long-standing, trusting relationships with police, and if they give advice, we generally consider it to be well-founded and try to accommodate.
And with that in mind, if I just could skip over, there was an email that you referred to at paragraph 37, I think through to 42 of your statement, which was sent out to the communal database.
That's correct.
And a copy of the email is marked DO5 to your statement. For the record, it's jbd.899.001.006. And just reflecting the evidence you gave about seeking to partner, if I can use that language, the final form of the email as circulated in the fourth paragraph nominates New South Wales Police and CSG as urging the community.
Yeah, and it was done. It was worded explicitly like that.
Yes.
Because we didn't want community members saying this is an outrageous demand being made of police.
Yes.
And we're going to go regardless. We thought if we included CSG, there'd be a greater chance that the community would heed the advice and not expose themselves to danger. Yes.
And we can see that, and I won't take you to it, but even in the crafting of that email in its drafts in the operational briefing channel, the shift in language to reflect, as you've pointed out, the identified effectiveness of conveying to the community that this is coming from CSG as well as the police. But reflected in that email, by the time it was issued, and I'll come to your sense of the position that you felt you were being placed in.
Yes.
It was the position as expressed in that email that along with the New South Wales Police, CSG considered from a safety perspective that the Jewish community ought be urged not to attend at the Sydney Opera House precinct or the Town Hall.
Yeah, I mean, I ultimately take responsibility for giving that advice to the community. We'd received warnings from police, and some of this is contained within the confidential section of my reports. I'm not going to go into it.
Yes.
But we received serious warnings from police. We'd escalated it to the Minister. Those warnings have been confirmed, or in some cases amplified. I considered it irresponsible if we didn't then communicate that to the community. And if we hadn't have, we might have exposed them to danger. And that was something I couldn't countenance, notwithstanding how extraordinary this message was to send to the community.
Mr. Ossip, it's apparent from over the page in this operational briefing channel to the entry on the 8th of October at 1738, that at or about that point in time you became aware that the Opera House was to be lit up?
Yeah, I think I was made aware earlier in the day.
Yes.
But I was allowed to communicate it at that point.
Okay. Now, it's not indicated in this chat, or as I read it in your witness statement, that you were of the mind that the solidarity rally that you thought ought to be arranged should occur at the Opera House on the 9th of October. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I don't think there was ever a view that the massive solidarity gathering would take place at the Opera House. Obviously, it's a very constrained area. The security requirements, ingress and egress would have been challenging. We needed more time to arrange it, which is why the gathering only took place on the Wednesday evening. We were aware that there were members of the community who intended to attend the Opera House, to view it in the blue and white colours, and to hold a peaceful gathering of sorts.
Can I ask you this, Mr. Ossip? In circumstances where you recognise and you say you understand the police advice that there not be a counter-protest or for the Jewish community to gather at Town Hall,
yes,
bearing in mind the anti-Israel rally proposed to be located there.
Yes.
It's correct, isn't it, that the same security concerns would apply wherever that protest was occurring?
I see where you're going with this.
Could you just... I understand that, and maybe we'll go there or not, but
okay.
if you could confine yourself just to that question, do you recognise the same security concerns arise wherever the location?
Look, police always want to avoid combustible situations, and having a group of anti-Israel protesters come into contact with a group of grieving members of the Jewish community in the aftermath of such a massacre, you can understand why police would have concerns.
And when you said earlier in your evidence that it was a source of surprise that police gave advice for the Jewish community to avoid the Opera House, you gave various reasons why you found that advice objectionable. Can I ask you, just focusing on the topic of safety, you don't disagree there were sound safety reasons for that advice?
Look, I'm not a security expert, but obviously I can understand the police wanting to avoid a combustible situation, and two groups coming together who have vastly different viewpoints. One group celebrating or protesting, the other grieving. It can definitely give rise to safety and security considerations. If I may continue with your permission, Ms. Callanan, Commissioner, I think the difference was that the government made the decision on the 8th of October to light the Opera House. Community members, off the basis of that solidarity gesture, were spontaneously planning to attend the Opera House. The PAG protest was already planned for Town Hall, and then after midday, I think 12:44 on the Monday, the 9th of October, we got word that no, this protest is meant to travel by foot from Town Hall to the Opera House, and the police can't guarantee the safety of the Jewish community, and so they're recommending that the community avoids the Opera House, Town Hall, and again, it deals with some of the confidential parts of my statement, but parts of the CBD more broadly. And I think that's what we found objectionable.
And so, sort of, in a sense, to get to the root of it, can I suggest the frustration is with some of the statutory and other dimensions of our democratic society about the extent to which protests can be limited as to their location. That's your frustration?
No, my frustration is that you had a gathering of the Jewish community at a time of deep grief and mourning. A wonderful act of solidarity by the state government, which was centred on this global icon, and by virtue of decisions made by protesters, police then prevailed upon the Jewish community not to attend the Opera House. And my contention is that there surely could have been another way to handle the situation. And the police, through their actions, effectively gave control to the protesters, gave control of the parts of the CBD to the protesters, and the ultimate losers were the Jewish community, who were deprived of a safe and secure place to mourn.
I think what Ms. Callan was putting to you was the limitations in terms of the powers available to the police to prevent people assembling and moving to the Opera House, created a situation from the police perspective where they were concerned with questions of public safety. In other words, it would have been difficult for the police to stop the protesters moving to the Opera House.
I think it would have been difficult for them to stop a stationary protest. That protest seeking to move by foot from Town Hall to the Opera House is a different proposition entirely.
Well, we'll no doubt hear from the police about it, Mr. Ossip, but do you appreciate there are limitations on the police? They can facilitate the movement of public assemblies through the streets, including on the roadway by closing sections of the roadway and so forth, but to actually prevent a group of people saying, we're going to walk from Town Hall to the Opera House, it might have been difficult for the Deputy Commissioner to put his finger on a regulation or other statutory instrument that empowered him to do that. Do you appreciate that?
Of course, and fully understand the difficult legislative and regulatory environments in which police operate, and the fact that they have to make often challenging decisions in very short spaces of time. The question would have been how police would have handled it if thousands of members of the Jewish community had have attended the Opera House anyway. And I presume that they would have found a way to deal with those two different groups.
And with that in mind, are you aware, for instance, of steps that police had taken in terms of the locating of police at the Opera House vis-a-vis the zones outside the Opera House, so as to seek to minimise interactions between the protesters and any members of the Jewish community who did attend that vicinity that night?
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Those are my questions.
Yes. Mr. Ossip, before October the 7th, there had been pro-Palestinian rallies in the Sydney CBD. And I think in answer to a question asked of you by Mr. Toomey, you indicated that you understood that protests take place from time to time and you weren't, as it were, taking some global objection to people protesting.
Far from it. It's a cardinal part of our democratic society.
And in the past, with those pro-Palestinian protests, you had not felt there had not been instances of Jewish people being assaulted or threatened by the protesters. Is that fair?
It's difficult for me to answer that. Obviously, I started my position August 2022, and I'm not familiar with a lot of the background prior to that. Yeah, but certainly between August 22 and October 2023, there's nothing I'm familiar with.
The thing that made the 9th of October 2023 protest particularly difficult from your perspective was that you, and as you understood it, all the members of, or almost all the members of the Jewish community were in a state of very considerable distress by reason of the fact that events were still unfolding inside Israel involving people being kidnapped and harmed. And it was in the context of that very heated atmosphere that you had the lively concerns about security for the Jewish community if they were to come into contact with the protesters. Is that a fair way of putting it?
It wasn't my concern. This was police coming to us and issuing this extraordinary dictate, effectively saying, I shouldn't use the word dictate, imploring the community not to attend the CBD because of their concerns about safety. And I can elaborate on that. Parts of my statement are confidential, but I can elaborate on precisely what those concerns were if the Commission wants.
Well, just for present purposes, all right, it was the police, but you accepted that there was a reason to treat this proposed protest as perhaps giving rise to greater concerns about public safety than the previous pro-Palestinian marches that had occurred.
Yes, I can't comment on the previous Palestinian protests, but certainly in that environment, it was a heightened atmosphere. Police were concerned, CSG were concerned, and I took those concerns seriously.
And just one other thing.
Yeah.
You were shown a document which I think might be MFI2. It was the Facebook post, apparently on the social media page of the Palestine Action Group, in which the group distanced itself from the anti-Semitic chants that had taken place at the forecourt of the Opera House. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And am I right in thinking you said, at least insofar as the post did that, you welcomed it?
Of course, without any question.
Yes, yes. And anything arising?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Ossip.
Thank you,
You are
Commissioner.
excused.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner, the next witness is Acting Deputy Commissioner of Police, McKenna.
Yes. Will you take an oath or make an affirmation, Deputy Commissioner?
Oath.
Okay, thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, thank you. Do take a seat, Deputy Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner, please state your full name.
Peter James McKenna, McKenna.
Thank you. Your address is known to the Commission. You have been the Commander of the Central Metropolitan Region since 1 July 2024.
That's correct.
You have given evidence previously to the Commission, but for the purpose of this hearing block, you have provided a statement dated 10 July 2026. Is that right?
That's correct.
The contents of that statement, true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Commissioner, I tender the Deputy Commissioner's statement. It bears the ID STAT.899.0101.0006.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Deputy Commissioner, you are not in your present role in the CMR, the Central Metropolitan Region, in October 2023, and so you were not directly involved in the policing of that protest.
That's correct.
You have reviewed the documents relating to that protest and also the statement of Deputy Commissioner David Hudson dated 9 July 2026, and you can speak to those matters?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement, which bears the ID STAT.899.0101.0007.
Yes. Mr. Hudson's statement will also be received as an exhibit.
Deputy Commissioner, can I ask you first about policing protests in general terms? You have indicated in your statement there are approximately 1,500 to 2,000 public assemblies in New South Wales each year.
That's correct.
The vast majority of those occur in the central metropolitan region, of which you are now the commander.
That's right.
And for example, in each of 2023 and 2024, there were more than 900 protests in the Sydney CBD.
That's right.
You explain in your statement at paragraph 13 that there are a number of complexities involved in the New South Wales Police responding to protests, demonstrations and rallies. Could you briefly outline what they are, please?
Well, for starters, I would say that we work in a complicated legal framework in New South Wales when it comes to public assemblies and protests, and we do have to balance that democratic right to public assembly or protest against public safety and against the law of the day, and that always is a balancing act, Commissioner. If I go to my statement, to the points that you make, there is always that area of unpredictability in protest environments. For example, the organisers themselves, it can often be their best guess as to how many people are going to turn up. It can be, as is the case we've spoken about at the Opera House, where organisers aren't always aware of who is going to turn up and what their motivation is. So that adds to the complexities. We then have to balance that against the resources that we need for those protests, in particular the specialist resources, the general resources, and it all comes down to the timing that we are given in relation to pulling this all together. Generally speaking, we have the Form 1 process in New South Wales, which we can talk to if you like, but we have snap protests which occur on a dynamic basis, which we have to be able to work with, and we start off with a position that people have a democratic right to public assembly, and so from there it's about working with those people to make sure that public safety is adhered to first and foremost. The other point I would make is that New South Wales Police have to take a neutral approach to the issue of the protest. So what some people may consider offensive, distasteful, abhorrent even, we are in the unenviable position of sometimes facilitating that, because at law it is permissible.
Is there a usual or typical way that police become informed of protest activity, or can that vary widely?
I wouldn't say widely, but we obviously have the Form 1 process, which people can complete and give to police through a number of means. We have social media that we will become aware of a protest. Members of the public can tell us about a protest. So there's various ways that we find out about protests that are occurring.
Can I ask you briefly about the function of the Form 1 process? So Form 1 is a reference to a form that's issued under the provisions of the Summary Offences Act, by which a protest or demonstration organiser can alert police to the fact of a planned protest?
That's correct.
And how does a public assembly proposed in a Form 1 become authorised through that process?
So the Form 1 is legislated under the Summary Offences Act that if it is submitted outside of 7 days, giving us more than 7 days notice, the form outlines the purpose, the place, the location of the assembly or protest, and that we do not oppose that protest, then that particular protest or public assembly would be authorised. What we say is we go through a conferment with the organiser, the person who puts the Form 1 in, and obviously first and foremost we are looking at public safety issues and is it lawful as to what they're trying to achieve. If there is significant public safety issues, then we may oppose that Form 1. We would then try and negotiate something alternative with the organisers. If that can't be achieved, then we have the ability to lodge an objection to that in the Supreme Court.
And what's the consequence of a public assembly being authorised under that Form 1 process?
I'm sorry?
What's the consequence of an assembly being
if a
authorised?
protest is authorised, it gives protections under the Summary Offences Act to the participants.
You have referred to the engagement by the police with the protest organisers upon receipt of a Form 1. What is the importance of that process of engagement from the police's perspective?
Well, it's something I think we do very well in New South Wales, and that is, as I said, we commence with the view that people have a democratic right to public assembly. And so it's about how do they achieve that in the safest way possible. And if you look at the Sydney CBD, obviously over the years we've now had thousands and thousands of protests, so we can work very easily and quickly with organisers if they cooperate with us about tried and tested locations, routes, those sort of things, let them know what is and isn't lawful or acceptable in this space. And generally speaking, we do this very well and facilitate the vast majority of those protests. I can say in my 2 years in the Central Metropolitan Region, I think we've only been to the Supreme Court 3 times to oppose.
And if New South Wales Police become aware of a protest that is planned for which no Form 1 has been submitted, what's the general practice of police in that situation?
Well, we still understand the democratic right to public assembly is at the forefront. We would look to work with those organisers and see what can be achieved. However, once again, it'll be our discretion as to the protections under the Summary Offences Act or otherwise.
Now,
just before you move on,
yes,
Mr. Lancaster, can
sure.
I ask this? In the case of a protest where there has been no Form 1 submitted to the police, but the protest or public assembly goes ahead anyway, it's not the case that individuals are not allowed to assemble. It's just that those who do may be at risk of obstruction or a like offence under the Summary Offences Act or other legislative scheme. Is that the position?
That's correct.
Yes. Yes, sorry, Mr. Lancaster.
not at all. Deputy Commissioner, if I can move to the question of planning of the 9 October 2023 protest. It's right, isn't it, that the police did not receive any application by way of a Form 1 for that protest? The police first became aware that a protest was planned on the evening of 7 October 2023?
Yes.
A public Facebook event was identified that had been established by the Palestine Action Group, advertising a rally at Town Hall at 5:30 p.m. on the 9th of October.
Yes.
And across the 8th and 9th of October, as Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement indicates, the police collected information about the proposed protest from various sources.
That's correct.
Originally it was understood that the protest was likely to be static at Town Hall, but that understanding changed over time.
Yes.
And on October the 8th, the police became aware of reports about a possible counter-protest by some members of the Jewish community.
That's correct.
And CSG were in contact with police over those days, 7, 8, 9 October.
Yes.
And what was the police's attitude to the idea that a counter-protest might be planned or take place?
So in leading up to giving my evidence, I haven't been able to ascertain factually that police gave the advice to the CSG for the Jewish community not to attend. However, as I sit here, I don't disregard the evidence of Mr. Ossip, but I just can't factually confirm that.
Do you mean the advice not to attend by way of counter-protest, or are you referring to something else?
No, not to attend because of their safety.
I see. So have you made your own inquiries to establish whether and who from the police force communicated to CSG a recommendation or advice not to attend either the Town Hall or Opera House or the CBD generally?
Yes, I have.
And what were the results of that inquiry?
That I can't factually state that that information was provided to them. That it was, whether it was or wasn't, I can't say, but the information I have is that the CSG certainly were of the view themselves that that was in fact a dangerous proposition.
Have you read Mr. Ossip's statement and his annexures?
I have.
You saw the printed record of the WhatsApp group chat that he attached to his statement?
I have.
And that has numerous references to representatives of the CSG reporting to the chat on conversations that they are said to have had with police officers?
I've got no doubt there was conversations with police about these issues, no doubt.
And do you have any doubt about the accuracy of the chat that's recorded in that?
Oh, I can't speak
record?
to that, but I don't disregard anything Mr. Ossip had to say today.
Now, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, who was the acting commissioner at the time, I understand, in October 2023, is that right?
That's correct.
In paragraph 15 of his statement, he indicates that he was first informed at around 3:30 p.m. on 8th of October that the sails of the Opera House would be lit in blue and white the following day.
He does.
That appears to be the first notice of that fact given to the police, is that right?
According to Mr. Hudson, that is correct.
Following that notification, Commissioner Hudson, as he was at the time, determined that a threat assessment should be prepared.
Yes.
And that threat assessment was requested due to concerns that about the impact this might have, that is the effect of the lighting of the flag, the lighting of the sails might have on the street, and potential further escalation of tensions in the Jewish and Israeli communities.
I think I concur with the decision by Mr. Hudson that that was the appropriate thing to do. You want to get your best understanding of what the threat environment is at that particular time, and then you can make decisions around the protest environment itself.
It appears from Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement that there was not any specific threat that was identified, but rather it was thought appropriate to have regard to the escalating tensions in the community by reference to the Israel-Palestinian conflict that was occurring in the Middle East.
Absolutely.
Now, the details of the threat assessment perhaps needn't be gone through now, but it included, is this right, a key point that spontaneous acts of opportunistic violence might occur between supporters and opponents of the protest should they encounter one another.
Yes, which is standard for every threat assessment for every protest.
And it's your understanding that threat assessment was given careful consideration and formed the basis of the response that the police subsequently applied that day and the next on the 9th of October.
Certainly it was part of our decision making.
Now, is it right that the police became aware on the morning of the 9th of October that a counter-protest was not expected to go ahead?
Yes.
But police were aware on that morning that it was expected that there would be members of the Jewish community, along with members of the community generally, attending in or around the Opera House.
That's correct.
Now, did the police understand during the day of the 9th of October that members of Hizb ut-Tahrir were expected to participate in the protest?
There was some intelligence that may occur.
And can you identify a time that the police understood that on the 9th of October?
You'd have to take me to Mr. Hudson's statement.
If in 2023, Hizb ut-Tahrir was not a prescribed group as it later became,
That's correct.
what did police consider the significance of that information about potential attendance to be?
I'd say more along the lines of, as Mr. Ossip described it, that combustible type of interaction, that people who have those significant views may cause trouble of some description. The threat assessment which we had done by our Counter-Terrorist and Special Tactics Command would have been informed by intelligence partners, and when we had nothing specific about terrorism, then you probably consider more likelihood street level issues to occur.
By the very early afternoon of the 9th of October, New South Wales Police had identified that the location of the protest was proposed to move after Town Hall down towards the Opera House.
That's correct.
Is it your understanding or the police's understanding at the time that the protest organisers' decision to march down to the Opera House was in response to the fact that the sails of the Opera House would be lit in blue and white in support of Israel following the Hamas attacks 2 days earlier?
Yes.
Ultimately, is it right that the police force understood that a purpose of the protest was to protest the decision to light the sails as well as other matters?
So the original protest was about the war in Gaza, and then it extended to the government's support for Israel by lighting the sails, as I understand it.
Now, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, in his statement, records that the police sought to engage with the organisers of the protest to understand what was to happen at the protest.
Yes.
And it was anticipated as a result of that engagement that there would be around 500 people attending the protest.
Yes.
And by way of police response, the police plan was to have approximately 110 police officers involved in responding to the protest.
I'm not sure the exact numbers in front of me. If you say that is from the briefing note and it was ultimately 110, then I'll accept that.
Yes, that's right. And that included some specialist police officers from the
Yes.
PIRS, the Police Order and Rights Board.
Yes.
Now, the response to the protest involved standing up, to use police language, a police operations centre.
Yes.
What did that involve?
That just meant there was going to be a police commander and an incident management team who would be taking strategic control of the protest. You would still have a police forward commander and tactical commander and police in the field managing the protest operationally and tactically. So we stand up the police operations centre for any times we have concerns that it could be something significant may occur. We might do it because of the heightened public, political, media interest, so that you just have that experienced, cool head who's not in the thick of things to make decisions.
So you drew a distinction between those in the police operations centre and those who had operational responsibility. I take it the latter were on location at Town Hall and Opera House, the former were somewhere else?
So the people on the ground at the Town Hall and Opera House, they would be the forward command police, and the Assistant Commissioner in the Police Operations Centre would be the police commander, and we would say they are the strategic commander.
Now, operational orders were prepared for the officers involved in policing the protest, is that right?
That's correct.
I won't ask you about the detail of the orders because they have a protected status, but could you just briefly describe, to the extent you can, what operational orders are and what their purpose is, particularly in policing a protest?
So orders follow a certain criteria. Basically, they talk about the locations involved, the situation and background as we know it. They would have a commander would set a mission, and as part of that, the commander's intent as to how to achieve that mission, and that would be explained to all of the police. So what the intention is of this operation. It would then outline the roles and responsibilities of the police involved. It would outline who had command and control, how the communication was going to take place, and usually operational orders will also have various situations. If they occur, what would be the likely response by the police. They would often outline likely offences to keep a lookout for, and usually in the protest environment we would talk about having a understanding and level of tolerance, because by the very nature of them they are loud, boisterous, and if you're not used to them, they can be quite confronting.
Who receives the operational orders themselves? How is that information distributed among the various ranks or police involved in the policing effort?
So all the police are briefed of the operational orders. Usually the police forward commander would do that, or one of their delegates, and they would do that often, or always verbally, but often you would also have a PowerPoint presentation where the police are in locations to receive that. Often, because we send police out at different times, you might have more than one briefing around that.
Now, one of the matters the police had under consideration after they learnt that the protest was planned to move from Town Hall down to the Opera House was the route by which that would occur.
Yes.
And was that a subject of discussion between the police and the organisers?
Yes.
And was one of the concerns of the police to attempt to persuade the organisers that it would not be appropriate for the route to go past the Great Synagogue?
Yes.
And that was something with which the organisers agreed?
Yes.
There was also some police effort, is this right, designed to identify a particular part of the Opera House forecourt in which the marching protesters would land, as it were?
Yes, so as I read those orders and reviewed them, they had an area cordoned off for the protesters and another area should any of the Jewish community or other members of the public come along, and they were separated, obviously, on the forecourt.
So what was the policing purpose of having an allocated cordoned off area for the protesters at the Opera House forecourt?
Oh, it's a tactical consideration so that you don't bring people together who may come into conflict.
Now, the orders indicate that the intention or mission that was communicated to the officers was to focus on crowd safety while minimising the impact of the protest on the community. Is that right?
Are you reading the mission or part of it?
Part of it.
Do you want to take me to that in the orders, is it?
I can take you to the document. It can't be shown on the live stream, but it is...
Well, if you're happy to read out the whole mission, You probably satisfy me that it's correct.
All right, well, I'll do that.
Orders document so the witness has access to a copy in the witness box.
I think I was going to do it what I hope is a slightly easier way. Paragraph 55 of Deputy
Thank you, Ms.
Commissioner
Callan.
Hudson's
Sure.
statement, but thank you, Ms. Callan, anyway. So if you go to paragraph 55 of Commissioner Hudson's statement.
Apologise for being pedantic, but sometimes when you read part of a mission out, it may not.
No,
give the
I
full
can assure you
context.
there was no attempted skewing of the proposition, but if you see the quoted words of Deputy Commissioner Hudson in paragraph 55.
I do.
And from what you've said, that was conveyed to each and every officer as you would understand it as part of the ordinary briefing process before the policing effort begins.
Yes, which is standard practice, yes.
Now, a lay observer of a protest with that is either marching or arrives at the Opera House, who observes the police presence and the police, I think facilitation was the word that you've used of the protest,
Yes.
might get the impression that the police are escorting and protecting the protesters. Speaking generally, why do police escort a march in these kinds of situations?
Yes. So that once again is about public safety. It is taking control of the protesters in a way which they're not spilling out onto footpaths, they're not impeding other people who want to get around in and out of shops, businesses, etc. Also, not everyone always agrees with the issue that people are protesting for, and it's to keep those people who might come along separate from the protesters, keep the protesters separate from them if there's any heightened emotions or issues in that respect. It guides the protest along the agreed route, as we've said. We actually do it in a way where we would likely have rolling road closures, so we can radio ahead and behind to let them know when to open, close roads, and just keep it moving smoothly so it's done as efficiently as possible.
But one objective is when the protesters are walking or marching, that they cover their route as efficiently as possible and, as you've indicated, as safely as possible.
That's right.
Now, did the police expect there to be, or the potential for there to be, flares present and to be set off at the Opera House?
I didn't notice anything in the orders about that, but it is not a usual occurrence for us in New South Wales.
Did the police make any assessment about the threat to its own officers from either protesters or those objecting to the protest?
So I might make the point that in New South Wales, our success in managing protests has almost been detrimental to community expectations. We do thousands and thousands of protests, and you do not see, or it's very rare you see in our protests, conflict. You don't see the police in the riot gear. We're not like you see in other jurisdictions. We're not firing rubber bullets. It's very rare that you're seeing us in a riotous situation. It's because of how well our officers do this, because they do so many of them. Earlier in my statement, you will note I talk about the 4 ways in which New South Wales undertakes protests, and part of that is early negotiation, and it's about working with people. So when something does happen, it is out of the normal what people are used to seeing in New South Wales, and it actually heightens it or conflates it to be often something a lot bigger than what it actually was. In this particular protest, a flare was thrown over the heads of police officers. I've seen the footage. It was picked up and it was extinguished. There were some flares let off within the group, As I understand it, the Forward Police spoke to the protest organisers, who then spoke to the crowd, and there were no more flares thrown. I'll also make the point that there is no doubt that watching this on television, watching this on the news, it looked terrible. And because of that backdrop of the Sydney Opera House, lots of people there, the flare, the smoke. But when I speak to the police officers who were on the ground, they did not have concerns about this protest getting out of control. In fact, you see the police officers all lined up on those steps. They are not moving in any way that would indicate that they have concerns that this is about to get out of control. So I'll just make that point about this protest has been one that we've spoken about for the last 3 years. I can understand the heightened emotions for someone watching that, thinking how bad that looks. We're talking hours of a protest that has been reduced to seconds or minutes on a news grab that has probably conflated it to make it more significant than what we would say it was. As far as public safety goes, I'm not talking about the intention behind it or how it might make the Jewish community feel, obviously.
Have you had any experience of any other public demonstration or protest in or around the Opera House in which a flare has been set off?
I've been to the Supreme Court to stop protests going to the Opera House since this particular one occurred, but no, I haven't. And I think the point was made earlier. There was some information about people coming to this protest who weren't at Town Hall, who don't normally come to the PAG protests, and there is every likelihood that that was the people responsible.
And to your understanding, what did New South Wales Police understand was expected to occur or was likely to occur on the 9th of October in that respect, by the attendance of other groups other than the organisers?
Well, that's the whole point of when we say they're unpredictable protests. We don't know what's going to happen. We just plan to work with the organisers to hope that they control the people in the protests. If they don't, then we've got our tactical options if we need to utilise them. But first and foremost is always communication. Presence and communication is how we manage protests, and it's worked very, very well for us.
Do you understand whether or not the police sought on the 8th or 9th of October to persuade the organisers of the protest not to take the protest down to the Opera House at all?
Again, examining the information I've had, there would have been discussions around that of remaining at Town Hall, but as the information that I've read and the discussions I've had, the organisers were adamant that they were going to march to the Opera House.
Are you aware of any request made of the organisers by the police that they reconsider the march to the Opera House and not take the protest down there?
Well, I would just say that would be standard practice.
To issue a request not to take it down?
To try and negotiate it, to do the best we can. Static protests are easier to manage, there's no doubt about that.
Deputy Commissioner, the officers were advised to wear all arms and appointments, as the police expression goes, including personal protective equipment, which is a regular practice of police in this sort of operational deployment.
In any operational deployment. The reason we document that in operational orders is we get police from all commands across the metropolitan area, and there may be some police, for example, who are on some type of restriction who can't wear a firearm, and so that just excludes them from applying to come to this type of operation.
And is it your understanding that the relevant officers in charge assessed on the 9th of October during the day that it may be unsafe for Jewish community members to be in the vicinity of the protesters at the Opera House?
No, I don't know that I'd use the words unsafe. I would say with any protest there's going to be a dichotomy of view from what they're protesting for, and when you have opposing people, it would be our standard practice to always try and keep them apart if we could. And one of the ways we may well do that is ask people to take different routes at different times, if they would consider different days, just keeping people apart who, as Mr. Ossip quite rightly spoke about, to stop that combustible type of interaction.
And do you accept that New South Wales Police representatives ask CSG representatives to tell Jewish community members to either leave or avoid large parts of the city on that day?
Well, I can't factually say that occurred. I would also make the point that if that was a protest at the town hall, then the obvious thing to say would be it would be appropriate not to attend town hall.
Do I take it from that once the police became aware that it was starting at town hall, marching down to the Opera House and then stationed at the Opera House, that you expect that advice would have been given to CSG?
If there was a conversation around that, the appropriate advice would be, if you can avoid coming together, we'd like to avoid you coming together.
Do you accept you're not in possession of information that would allow you to contradict or dispute Mr. Ossip's evidence about CSG's being told things by the New South Wales Police?
No, I've spoken to the police superintendent who has not confirmed to me that they have a recollection of a conversation telling the Jewish community it is unsafe to attend. That doesn't mean that a conversation didn't take place around what is best to consider public safety, and it was taken from that they should not attend, but certainly that's the information I have.
You've referred to the fact that operational orders generally can contain information about offences that might be relevant in the context of particular protests.
Yes.
And it's the case that the operational orders for the 9 October 2023 protest did contain a list of offences that could be relevant, including various obstruction offences, offensive conduct and language, and inciting violence on the basis of religious discrimination or prejudice.
Yes.
Now, as things turned out on the night, the actual crowd size was estimated to be up to about 700 people. Is that right?
I thought I read about 1,500 people.
Was it? I might have that checked, and I might come back to the document if that's necessary. Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement records that no charges against any protester were laid on the night.
That's correct.
There was a strike force called Strike Force Mealing set up on the 10th of October 2023 to investigate whether offences were committed during the protest.
Yes.
Could you confirm this from Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement? At its peak there were 41 officers allocated to that strike force.
Yes.
They reviewed, among other things, footage from a range of different sources to determine if offences had been committed.
Yes.
And could you just run through some of the sources of that footage?
CCTV, body-worn video footage, and when I say CCTV, that would be from Town Hall all the way along the route through to the Opera House, any footage in and around the Opera House. But yes, all of the police officers who had body-worn video, all of that would have been scrolled through.
Now, the result of that investigation was that 3 arrests were made and 4 charges laid for common assault.
That's correct.
And those charges related to an altercation between protesters, some of the protesters obviously, and a person who was wearing a Star of David who reacted to the protest as he was walking by.
That's correct.
Part of Strikeforce Mealing's work was to assess suggestions that some of the protesters had yelled, "Gas the Jews," is it
Yes.
not? An expert in forensic voice analysis was retained by the police.
They were.
And that expert reviewed the recordings that were available of the protest to the extent there were audible chants on the footage.
I understand there was up to about 200 hours of footage that was reviewed.
And the expert concluded that the phrase "where's the Jews" was used but not "gas the Jews," according to Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement.
That's correct.
Now, during the protest, the police arrested 2 persons who were displaying Israeli flags.
They were arrested for breach of the peace, as I understand.
And Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement says that they were spoken to by officers about breach of the peace offences, arrested and escorted from the area and issued with move along directions.
That's correct.
Why did that occur?
That is again not unusual at protests when you have, as we spoke about, opposing people with opposing views coming into close proximity, and whether you agree with it or not for their right to do so, if it's likely to be provocative to the point where public safety or someone is going to be harmed, whether it's that person or it was likely to cause that combustible environment, well, we would intercede early and remove them. We'd first ask them to leave, and if they wouldn't, then we would utilise the powers under the common law breach of peace and would remove them.
Is that a convenient moment,
It is.
Mr. Lancaster? Yes, very well. I'll take the luncheon adjournment.
Deputy Commissioner, can I return briefly to two topics touched on briefly before lunch? The first is to return to the question asked of you by the Commissioner and to paraphrase or perhaps try and repeat that. You were asked about a situation where the protest organisers did not heed the urging of New South Wales Police to stay at Town Hall, and New South Wales Police sought to stop the protest. Is it right that New South Wales Police would not, on your understanding, have had power to stop the protest going ahead?
That's correct.
The other topic to return to is, you might remember I asked you about the actual crowd size on the night.
Yes.
Now, attached to Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement is a COPS record that is relevant. I needn't bring up the document on the screen, but I'd ask you to go to tab 25. The document ID is NSW_PF.0001.002.8600.
Yes.
You see on the front page of the excuse me, the front page of the printout of the COPS record, that the first entry is recorded on the 9th of October at 10:07 p.m.
Yes.
And about halfway down the entry, there's a question: what was the actual crowd? 700 people.
Yes. I saw the. There is another document, the situation report.
Yeah.
Which we do at the end of a protest or any incident like that, and it actually said the crowd at Town Hall was 700 and it swelled to up to 1,500 at the Opera House.
I see. Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Hudson, in his statement, addresses a question asked by the Commission of Police about their hindsight assessment of the way police dealt with the 9 October protest, and Deputy Commissioner Hudson says in his statement that it was appropriately managed by police, having regard to the fact that it was a potentially volatile situation. Are you of a similar view, having regard to your review of the documents and information?
I am. I would say that 3 years on, we would look at every matter on its own merits. If one come up today, it may be looked at in a different light. But you'd have to take the circumstances into account as to what you're looking at the time. But if I review it upon the way Mr. Hudson has and the decision making at the time, I concur.
I asked you about the arrests that were made of two individuals, I think, with Israeli flags at the Opera House.
Yes.
Can you understand that this might appear to observers to involve a harsher approach to people with Israeli flags at the Opera House on an evening on which the sails were to be lit with the blue and white of that flag than was taken to those involved in the protests?
Oh, I can certainly understand that, and I empathise with that position. It was as I described it, when you reach, arresting for breach of the peace, it is quite simply that it is imminent that there will be some type of violence or incident that public safety needs to be enacted. So, but I can understand totally why people would think that.
Now, Deputy Commissioner Hudson also expressed the view that facilitating the march to the Opera House and the area at the Opera House in which the demonstrators were gathered was the best option in the circumstances in terms of the police response to the protest.
Yes.
Do you have your own view about that matter?
I haven't examined it to the point of whether I'd like to do it any different, but bearing in mind we have crowd control experts in the police, we have tactical policing experts, and they would have come up with that plan, and so I've got no reason to doubt that. The fact that they were corralled into a certain area and contained into that area, I think worked very well.
Now, excuse me. If such a protest were to occur today, would there be any differences in how it's managed from a policing perspective?
You really do have to take every matter on its own merits. I would say this, the PAG put forward another protest to go to the Opera House at some stage in the last 18 months, and we opposed that, and we took that one to the Supreme Court, and it was opposed, but they were different circumstances, and it is also, with the benefit of hindsight, of what occurred at this protest was part of the feature of why we opposed it. So you really do have to say that what is the public safety issues, what is the law of the day, and what can you negotiate.
Do you know, Deputy Commissioner, whether the material placed before the Supreme Court in support of your opposition included reference to the events that had occurred at the earlier... Yes, thank you.
In paragraph 52 of your statement, you identify the acute awareness of New South Wales Police of the continuing geopolitical environment overseas and the effect that that might have in New South Wales. You give evidence that the police force has adapted its resourcing in terms of the number and type of officers deployed when there is protest notified to police.
Yes.
Are you in a position to describe that in more detail?
Well, obviously this particular protest happened very proximate to the commencement of the war in Gaza. This particular protest indicated to us that there was likely to be far more protests of this type, and the scale and scope would probably be larger, and that's why we set up Operation Shelter, which we've given a lot of evidence about previously. Shelter has been about, in its initial form, about protests in the Sydney CBD, predominantly protests organised and run by the Palestinian Action Group, but also because there would be counter protests. We knew we had to have a situation where we had our police operations centre up and running. We had to bring in staff from all across the regions because those protest numbers swelled from, 500 to 20,000 and settled down at about the 2,000 mark of participants. So we had to surge resources at times and bring them up and down.
And does Operation Shelter continue to be the framework within which those sorts of protests are resourced and assessed?
Yes.
Can I take you forward in time now to the White Australia rally outside the New South Wales Parliament House?
Certainly.
So, on the 28th of October 2025, a Form 1 was submitted by the organisation White Australia for a rally outside New South Wales Parliament House.
That's correct.
The Form 1 stated that 50 people would assemble between 10 and 10:30am on Saturday, 8 November.
That's correct.
And the form explicitly said the protest was to protest the existence of various Jewish lobby groups and new hate speech laws.
That's correct.
It also notified in terms that the group intended to carry a banner saying abolish the Jewish lobby.
That's correct.
The correspondence attached to the Form 1 stated that the group would avoid locations near places of worship, would cooperate with police instructions regarding public safety, and would facilitate reasonable requests to move the time to allow for police resourcing for other events in the CBD or to avoid group clashes.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Now, the same group had held a similar public assembly previously in June 2025, is that right?
That's correct.
And that had occurred without incident.
That's correct.
Now, New South Wales Police sought legal advice in advance of the 8 November 2025 protest, is that
We
right? Are you able or willing to disclose what that advice was?
Yes, the advice in essence was, excuse me, that no offence appeared to be committed by the formation of the White Australia Party at that location holding that particular sign.
And may I ask, was that internal police advice or was it external advice?
That was internal from our operational legal advice unit, the superintendent there.
Now, on the 7th of November 2025, was there some engagement between the police and the organisers of the rally?
Yes.
Was consideration given to whether the protest could be relocated from somewhere other than to somewhere other than out the front of New South Wales Parliament?
No, there was a request from Parliament Security, as I recall, that was late on the Friday afternoon before the Saturday morning, and it was a phone call to the Sydney City Planning Unit about whether it would be possible to move it, and when the reply was it was likely to be too late, there was no issue regarding that. It was just a request at the last moment.
That was from Parliament House Security, did you say?
Yes.
And did New South Wales Police engage with the protest organisers to convey that request or to...?
No, not at that late period of time. Once a Form 1 has already been accepted and the negotiation has taken place, no.
Is it fair to say, Deputy Commissioner, that outside the New South Wales Parliament is a common place for people to make protests?
Absolutely, especially when it's protesting against laws.
Now, police allocated 14 officers to the event?
It wasn't that many at the actual event, but there was standby officers. But yes,
I see.
All up, there would have been that many ready to go if need be.
Well, could you explain how many were at the event and how many were on standby?
Off the top of my head, there was a duty officer, a supervisor and a car crew at the event, and the rest were on standby.
Now, when you gave evidence about the October 23 protest, you described the briefing that would always be given to officers involved in the deployment.
Yes.
And I take it that occurred in relation to this?
It did.
And did the information briefed to the officers in attendance include information again about possible offences that might be committed?
Yes.
And did they include vilification laws or hate laws?
Very, with this particular group, we're very cognizant of that because we're very cognizant of the fact that, you know, this is a party that is linked to, if not self-proclaiming, to be neo-Nazis, you know, white supremacist, racist. You know, it's one of those ones where I spoke about it earlier. Whilst some things are abhorrent and offensive, if they don't meet the threshold of breaching a law, then we fall back to the fact that people have a right to public assembly.
And in terms of what happened at the protest on the day, you addressed this in paragraph 33, but could I just quickly go through it? At 10:01 a.m. the banner was unfurled.
That's correct.
The first of two speeches began at 10:02 a.m.
Yes.
The speeches concluded about 5 minutes later at 10:07.
That's right.
The group began to disperse.
That's correct.
And your evidence is that the protest lasted about 8 minutes in total.
That's right.
Now, is it right that from your review of the relevant records that New South Wales Police did not notify representatives of the Jewish community that this protest was to be held?
No, we didn't.
And Do you consider that should have happened?
Absolutely, it should have happened. It was a human error. We have systems in place to do that sort of thing, and unfortunately on this occasion that did not occur, and I understand why that would upset that Jewish community, and they have our deepest apologies for not informing them of that. But unfortunately it was human error, and we've put systems in place since to make sure that doesn't happen again.
You have expressed the general view that the response of the police was otherwise appropriate and reasonable to that protest.
Yes.
Following the rally, is it right that the police again sought legal advice about the banner?
Yes. So, well, I'll take back a step. We sought advice about what had occurred at the rally, including the speeches, which were obviously captured on our body-worn video, and anything else that took place.
And it's right, as I understand it, charges were laid against one person in connection with the rally for publicly inciting hatred on the grounds of
yes, one of the speakers. It was after considered analysis. Our counter-terrorism command have charged them with a 93ZA offence.
Thank you. You address in your statement that there are, speaking generally, real difficulties in laying charges for that kind of offence during the currency of a protest. Could you address that?
It is, well, if you go back to the Form 1 that this particular group put in, and anyone can tell it was written legally, sometimes the law isn't black or white and it slips into that grey area, and that was one of the ones where we had to get the right legal advice about whether this went over the line or not at law as to what they were trying to do. Once they're allowed at law to have that public assembly, then we can't preempt that they are going to commit an offence. We actually have to wait and see if they do. And even then, it took months for the lawyers to agree that it probably is an offence before we took action. So the police officer on the ground, or myself as a police commander, would always defer to the lawyers in these type of matters where they are complex, they're nuanced, and it's not straightforward. No offence to any lawyers, Mr. Lancaster.
Well, there's always a question whether you get the right lawyer or not, Deputy Commissioner. I have no further questions.
Just one aspect on that protest on the 8th of November 25. Is it right that the protesters appeared to be Caucasian men in their 20s and 30s wearing long-sleeve Helly Hansen branded black jackets, and the Helly Hansen company logo is HH. You're nodding. I take it you're
Yes,
agreeing
yes,
so far
yes.
with me. And HH, of course, stands for Hail Hitler in certain circles. And they had long black pants and boots.
Yes. There's no doubt they were being as provocative as they could be,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Yes. Yes. Now, I think Ms. Hillman, you have some questions of the Deputy Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioner, but in light of Councillor Assisting's questions, the topics that we wish to raise have been addressed.
Thank you, Ms. Hillman. Ms. Callan, any questions?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Commissioner, whether there are any other legal representatives at the bar table who may, I think, conveniently perhaps have their opportunity now.
There hasn't been any application from either Mr. Toomey or... Oh,
I'm instructed that an application was lodged this morning, Commissioner. We having received the statement at some time after 5 yesterday.
Oh, I see.
I'm not being critical of
No,
anyone
no.
in that respect.
Oh,
but
all right, I'm sorry, I hadn't appreciated that, Mr. Toomey. You do seek to cross-examine?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Can I... Have you indicated the areas that the subject?
Yes, we have. Assistance to
Mr. Lancaster?
I don't have a copy of it.
Right.
Maybe.
I can indicate there's no surprises from our end. We have not sought leave.
Thank you.
I can provide a copy of the document, Commissioner, and
Yes, thank you,
I
if
can
you
assure
would.
the Commission that I will.
If you would, I'll just have a quick look at
Yeah,
it,
generally
Mr.
to
Toomey. Bear with me one moment, Mr. Toomey. Yes. Yes, well, I'm minded to grant you that leave, Mr. Toomey. I'll just hand that so council assisting.
I've just been provided with a
Oh,
copy,
you have?
so-
Ah, well, I might have it back then. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Toomey.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner, I think it's true to say that since October 2023, PAG have organised something over 100 protests in the Sydney CBD generally.
I'd agree with that.
And at one stage from around mid-October 2023 to January of last year, PAG was holding weekly protests and marches within the CBD again.
Yes, weekly, fortnightly, but yes.
Including at Hyde Park, Town Hall Square and at Belmore Park.
Yes.
And a number of those were static demonstrations, if I can use your term.
Yes.
I said marches, but I think most of them were static demonstrations.
Yes.
And in the vast majority of those cases, the Form 1 system of which you have spoken was used by PAG as the organising group.
Vast majority, not always, but vast majority, yes.
Yes. And is it fair to say that they, that is PAG and the police, so far as you are aware, have enjoyed a relationship which could generally be described as very cooperative?
Once again, I would say generally, yes. There has been the odd occasion where we've been at odds, but generally speaking, it's worked very well.
And I think it might also be fair to say, though, from the nature of your response then, that it's not unusual from time to time for protest organisers to be at odds on certain matters with police.
No.
Now, if I can move to the 9th of October 2023, that of course was one such occasion, as you've already told us, where the Form 1 system was not engaged.
That's correct.
And the obvious reason for that, I suppose, is that it was intended to be held 2 days after the 7th of October.
That's correct.
Yes. But despite the fact that it was not formally pursued in the way of a Form 1, there was nevertheless cooperation between PAG and the police in respect of that particular demonstration?
Yeah, ultimately there was. Initially there was some reluctance, as I've been informed, of the organisers to engage with police, but ultimately we landed in a position where there was cooperation.
Yes. And I appreciate that you were not there on the evening in question, and appreciate, of course, that there are therefore limitations on how you can assist the Commission, so please tell me if you can't, but I'll proceed on the basis that you have a fairly good knowledge of things from your discussions with other police and your examination of the relevant documents. So, is it fair to say that once you enjoyed the cooperation of PAG in respect of the 9 October, when I say you, of course, I mean police.
Yes.
Once you did have the cooperation of PAG in respect of that event, that you found their organisation of the event to be helpful to police?
Yes.
And that it was an entirely peaceful demonstration at the town hall?
Yes.
And it was attended by a wide cross-section of people?
That is as I understand it, yes.
Not only in terms of age, but also in terms of the open claims by some to be Jews and others obviously who were not. That's a very convoluted way of putting the question.
Yeah, well, this is one of the ones where I'll say to you, I'm not aware.
Very well. Now, you were aware, or police were aware, of the intention, you've told us, of the demonstration to move to the Opera House before they had convened on the evening of the 9th of October at Town Hall?
Yes.
And a plan was put in place for that to occur in an orderly fashion?
Yes.
Overseen by police with the cooperation of PAG?
Yes.
It's the case, is it not, that the events that reference has been made to, which occurred at the Opera House, including the use of a flare or flares, occurred quite late in the piece, if I can put it that way?
I would have to reference the timeline, but I wouldn't argue with you about that.
And the chanting that was so offensive to many people also occurred quite late in the piece?
Again, I haven't reviewed that, but if it's not disputed, I wouldn't argue it.
All right. But on your discussions with others and your review of the documents you've had the opportunity to review, you came to the view, or at least to the understanding, that it was a smaller group which had joined the crowd later at the Opera House who were the troublemakers, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, that's the information I've been provided.
Yes. And when that occurred, it was very short-lived, wasn't it?
Yes.
And the PAG organisers who were at the demonstration at the Opera House were active in quelling it, if I can use that term.
Yes, that's what I've been informed.
Yes. Were you aware that that she in fact contacted one of the PAG organisers, Mr. Josh Lees, the day after this rally to congratulate him on the way PAG had conducted themselves.
No, I'm
and
not aware of
organised
that.
the rally.
Before Mr. Tooney moves on, Your Honour, he may not be aware, I gather there's a non-publication order in respect of the name of that police officer, and that can be attended to without
Yes.
I
interruption.
do apologise.
Not
I
at all,
was
Mr.
unaware,
Tooney.
Commissioner. Thank you. May I ask you some questions, Deputy Commissioner, in respect of the Form 1 system generally?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that it is a system which you are strongly in favour of?
Yes, I think it works very well. It's a tried and tested system we've had in New South Wales for a number of years, and I see many benefits to it.
One of those benefits, of course, is that you have forewarning of what's to occur, and that you have the opportunity for cooperation with the organisers.
Yes.
You did mention in your statement briefly the PARD, or the what you've referred to as the PARD system.
Yes.
And of course you mention also that the PARD system was struck down by the New South Wales Court of Appeal.
It was.
But one of the consequences of the operation of that system was that the Form 1 system was suspended in respect of the area in respect of which the declaration had been made by the Commissioner.
Yes, once there's a declaration in place, we cease taking Form 1s because there's a restricted declaration in place for public assemblies.
Yes. And it was once that PARD system was in place, of course, that the demonstration occurred in relation to the visit of the Israeli President, Mr. Herzog.
Yes, the PARD was in place during that visit.
And it goes without saying, therefore, that that was not a gathering in respect of which the Form 1 system operated.
That's correct.
The Sydney Harbour Bridge March, which occurred on the 3rd of August 2025, was attended on one estimate by some 300,000 people.
That's not our estimate.
No.
I have heard some people say that. We estimated it around about 90,000 people,
Yes.
but regardless, lots of people.
Yeah, and on either number, it was possibly one of the biggest demonstrations in Australian history.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. And attended by a very wide cross-section of society.
I haven't analysed that by what you mean. I don't know what you mean by a wide cross-section.
Very well. It was, by all reports, an entirely peaceful event.
Yes.
And that, again, was an event in respect of which, obviously, there had been a Form 1.
Yes. Significantly, I think the original Form 1 had a far different number of people who were likely to march that day than they did. I think the original one had about 10,000 from memory. We ended up with 90,000, and we ended up in a very precarious situation of public safety.
Which happily ended well.
Thanks once again to some experts in crowd movement who gave the appropriate advice, but it was a precarious situation, I will say that.
Could I just return briefly to the 9th of October 2023. You have given some evidence today in respect of the Operation Mealy, I think it was called, investigation.
Yes.
Concerning the conduct of a few of the people who attended that rally.
Yes.
You are aware, of course, that very shortly following that event at the Opera House, that it was being suggested that there were people there who were chanting "gas the Jews."
Yes.
And that was, of course, as you've told us, one of the matters that was looked into very closely and was the subject of analysis by an expert of the sound recordings that were taken there.
Yes.
And it was concluded from that that had not been said.
Their analysis said that it was "Where's the Jews?"
Yes. Were you aware, when I say you, again in this context, I mean, were police aware that the suggestion by some that that's what had been said was a matter of concern not only to Jewish people in our community, but obviously to the broader community?
Well, I can't say that I was aware of that. I'd say it's something that you would think that perhaps the broader community might be concerned about. I think it's a pretty abhorrent thing if that occurred.
Of course. I think that the investigation that you have told us occurred, concluded at the beginning of February 2024.
Yes.
Was there any general statement or announcement by police at that time that what had been concluded by that investigation was that no such chant had been made?
As I sit here, I can't factually say that was the case, but my recollection is that that would have been reported upon. I can't factually say that, but I do have a recollection that would have been something of significant media interest, etc. And I think it would have been reported on, but I might be wrong.
And of course, you would have appreciated that the assertion that was what was said had the very real potential to tarnish the reputation of the organisers of the rally, even though they had no part in that behaviour.
Oh, I can't say that one way or the other.
You wouldn't expect that the general community response to learning that such a deplorable thing had been chanted at that rally would lead people to make an association, rightly or otherwise, between that conduct and the organisers of the rally.
It would depend completely on how that was reported upon.
But
if it was reported upon that it was a small group, or was it reported upon that it was the organisers, if it was reported upon that everyone did it, I don't know, so I can't make that assumption.
You're not aware that it was widely reported that such chants had been made at that rally?
Yes.
Indeed, reports not only domestically but overseas?
I'm not sure, but I'm not being evasive, but I wasn't in Sydney at the time. I wasn't closely following this matter at the time.
just on the Form 1 system again, it is ordinarily the position, isn't it, that the person who submits a Form 1 states the purpose of the rally that they propose to hold, or the gathering that they propose to hold.
Yes.
And there has been nothing in any of the Form 1s submitted by the Palestine Action Group to suggest that in some way they intend for people to celebrate the deplorable things that occurred on the 7th of October 2023.
I'm not aware of any.
Consistently, what they have stated to be their purpose has been to end the war in Gaza.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And to protest what they regard to be a wrong-headed policy on the part of the Australian government in its relationship with the State of Israel.
Yes.
Could I just have one moment, please?
Yes, yes.
That's cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Toomey. Ms. Callan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Acting Deputy Commissioner McKenna, before lunch, in response to questions from Councillor Sistine, you referenced the fact that you had indicated in your statement, which is dated 10 July 2026, the 4 ways in which New South Wales Police approach protests.
Yes.
If you have a copy of your statement available to you there, could I take you to paragraph 23?
Yes,
Are they the 4 ways you were referring to?
they are.
Now, after lunch, in response to a question from Councillor Sistine, you referred to a situation report completed by police about the 9 October protest. Could I show you a copy of a document that's been produced to this commission, NSW_PF.0001.002.7492? If this could be provided to the witness.
Thank you.
Commissioner, this is the document behind tab 26 of your bundle.
Yes,
Is that the situation report you're referring to?
it is.
And do you see there, at least according to the print date at the top and the date and time created at the bottom, that the document appears to have been created on the 10th of October 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
That is quite contemporaneously with the protest itself.
That's right.
And have you had a chance to read this document before seeing it now in the witness box?
Yes, I have.
And can I ask, before lunch you made a number of points about that protest on the 9th of October. Do you consider that a number of the points you made in evidence are reflected here in this sit rep?
Yes.
Before lunch, you were also asked when police first became aware that Hizb ut-Tahrir were expected to participate in the protest of the 9th of October. Do you recall being asked about that?
I do.
I want to take you to just a single page in what's described as the event planning log that police maintained in respect of that protest. So for your reference, Commissioner and Council Sistine, the doc ID is NSW_PF.0001.002.7471, and then it's _0039 or page 39. And I might just ask the witness be shown a single page that I'm seeking to draw his attention to.
Thank you. Yes.
Do you see that sets out what appears to be an email sent by CSG to police on 9 October 2023 at 10:28am?
Yes, I do.
Which indicates an awareness or some intelligence information about members of Hizb ut-Tahrir attending the protest?
Yes.
And to your understanding, is it the case that may be the first, that is when police first became aware of that possibility?
Yes.
Now, I think this is my final question. So reference has been made elsewhere in evidence in this Royal Commission to an impression which some members of the Jewish community may have had as to the conduct of police on the 9th of October. Can I take you to the operational orders that police formulated in relation to that protest, and specifically to page 12 of that document? So the orders are document number NSW_PF.0001.002.7485. And as I've said, I've just turned it up to page 12.
Thank you.
Do you see there the operational orders first set out the mission, which Council Assisting asked you about, I think by reference to it being replicated in Deputy Commissioner Hudson's statement at paragraph 55.
That's correct.
Which was about the provision of a safe and secure environment for the duration of the event.
That's correct.
Do you see below that there is a reference to the commander's intent?
Yes.
And that was the police commander intends to achieve this mission by deploying general and specialist police to maintain public order, protect property from damage or defacement, prevent criminal offences through warning and educating initially if practicable, detect offences against the law and arrest offenders, and meet escalating public order or crowd control issues by redeploying police assets as required. Do you see that there?
That's correct.
And was it correct to treat that as being the task police attending at that protest were to undertake?
Absolutely.
Just a few questions then about the protest which occurred on the 9th of November 2025. You were asked after lunch about legal advice police obtained prior to that protest, and Council Assisting, I think, asked you whether you were able and willing to disclose that advice. Can I ask, sir, was your willingness to disclose details of that advice based upon you being in the witness box pursuant to a summons to give evidence issued under the New South Wales Royal Commission Act, such that legal professional privilege is abrogated?
That's correct.
You were also asked about the fact that the Jewish community was not notified about that protest, that it was proposed to be held. And you recall in your evidence orally, you said that absolutely should not have happened.
That's correct.
Now, you addressed this in your statement at paragraph 46. And you see there in the final sentence, you indicate that there was miscommunication.
That's right.
Which resulted in a situation where senior members of the Jewish community were not contacted. And I think in oral evidence you referred to this as being about a human error.
That's correct.
Just to be clear, prior to the protest occurring, was it the case that within New South Wales Police it had been identified that members of the Jewish community should be notified?
Yes, it was.
And there was an intention for that notification to occur?
Absolutely there was.
And the miscommunication or human error was that in fact the notification didn't happen?
That's correct.
And I think you've said in oral evidence that police have put systems in place since to make sure that doesn't happen again.
That's right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms Callan. Anything arising?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, the next witness is Associate Professor Mario Peucker.
Yes.
Who is joining us by ADL.
I see.
Hello.
Professor, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I take an oath.
Yes, very well.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Professor, please state your full name.
My name is Mario Peucker.
Your address is known to the Commission. You have provided an independent expert report dated 2 July 2026.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And your curriculum vitae is attached to that report.
Mm-hmm.
Do the contents of that statement, to the extent that it expresses opinions, reflect opinions that you hold?
It does, yep.
And to the extent it refers to facts, facts that you consider to be true and correct?
It's correct, yep.
Commissioner, I tender the expert report. It has the ID EWR.599.0001.0243.
Yes, the report will be received in evidence.
Professor, you are an Associate Professor at Victoria University in Victoria.
That's correct, yeah.
You have a research expertise in radical political movements, racism, violent extremism and dissenting citizenship.
Yep, that's correct.
You were originally asked by the Australia-Palestine Advocacy Network to produce a report as an independent expert.
Yep, I was.
And you produced your report that I've just tendered, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
In terms of your own background, you have a PhD from the School of Sociology and Political Science at the University of Melbourne.
I think it wasn't from that school, but it was from the Asia Institute, but Melbourne University, yep, correct.
Thank you. You were a researcher at the University of Melbourne before you moved to Victoria University in 2015.
Yep, before my PhD, yep.
And your most recent book was published in 2024, I think, and it's titled Democracy Strikes Back, Understanding and Countering the Rise of the Far Right.
That's correct, yep, thank you.
Now, can I ask you some questions about your report? You introduced the report by addressing what you describe as the relational nature of the terms radicalism and extremism. What do you mean by relational nature?
So when we talk about radicalization or something being radical or something being extreme in sort of a mundane language, we would see that as something that is outside of the norm, that is on the fringes of something that is outside the mainstream. And that's why radicalization and extremism from that perspective only makes sense when we look at what the current context is. So in that sense, it's relational because it relates to a certain moment in time, in a certain place in the world, in a way.
Now, you attribute different meanings to the term radicalisation on the one hand and extremism on the other, is that right?
Yeah, they're contested
terms.
Could you
address that, please? Yep.
So it's a big question. So I guess that we all have certain ideas when we use it in everyday language, but there is also a difference between that, some difference how government use it and how academics use it. It's not entirely different, but there are certain nuances. So I'm not sure if you want me to talk about that in more general nature or discuss or explain what radicalization or extremism is.
If you could expand on that, first dealing with the term radicalization.
Okay, so in sort of a brief description would be that radicalization refers to a process. So that's an important element, a process that leads to extremism. So it is different to being radical, just being radical in some way. So radicalization is a process that leads to a form of extremism or violent extremism, and it has two main components. The first one is that it is a radicalization process that is cognitive, or in terms of what people think. It can start with the neutral, normal, everyday sort of belief system and become more and more extreme and more radical. And the other element of radicalization is sort of the behavioral part, how people change their behavior, becoming more extremist in the way they do things, for example. Like at the very pointy end, you would say that a behavioral form of radicalization would be political violence or even terrorism.
You address in paragraph 12 of your report both religiously motivated violent extremism and ideologically motivated violent extremism. Could you explain how those two notions fit in with your concept of radicalisation?
So it was these two concepts, the religiously motivated and ideologically motivated forms of violent extremism, were not introduced by academics, but by ASIO. So it was in response to an increasingly ideologically amorphous or difficult to grasp sort of landscape, which made ASIO, or led ASIO to the decision seemingly, I mean, I don't know how the process was behind that religiously motivated and ideologically motivated are the two main categories. Within those categories, then there are obviously subcategories, but they were the two main ones. And they have since shaped sort of the language, especially in law enforcement, government talk, not so much in academia, but of course, academia also has to respond to the language that is out there. So in some ways, it's also sort of used in academic discourse.
And I think your report identifies that ASIO uses those terms as a functional or a description of utility in identifying particular types of extremism that you have observed have been picked up by academic analysis of extremism. Is that right?
That's right, and also by law enforcement and security agencies and things like and groups like that. Yeah.
Now, you describe a crucial distinction between cognitive or ideological radicalisation on the one hand and behavioural action-related radicalisation on the other. You've just briefly referred to that, but could you further explain why that distinction is crucial in your view?
Yeah, I think that's really it's really important to do that, because to look at this in more closely, because I think in our when we often don't see the distinction when we talk about extremism. Even some definitions blur the ideological attitudes and the behavioral action element together, as if it's almost sort of one pathway. And the research has been very, very clear, I think, more clearer than in other areas in this space, that there are two separate phenomena that are not completely unrelated, but people can certainly radicalize in an ideological, cognitive way, develop really radical thoughts, but would never act on them. So there's that's one element where you can grow from, there's some people, Macaulay and Moskalenko, that I mentioned in that paragraph 15, they talk about an opinion pyramid and an action pyramid. And the opinion pyramid refers to the cognitive radicalization that leads from being neutral to sympathizers to a justifier of certain political views, to someone who feels a personal moral obligation to act. So there's a pathway in the opinion, and then separate from that is the action pyramid that is not completely unrelated to the opinions, but are two separate things. So in psychology, I'm not a psychologist, but psychologists are very firm in arguing that there's a weak relationship between the attitudes that we have and the behavior that we show. And the same applies to the radicalization in that sense.
And you've emphasised in a number of points in your report that cognitive radicalisation shouldn't be seen as a necessary pathway or as a conveyor belt, as you describe it, towards violent extremism.
That's right, not at all. So that's very clear that it's not a conveyor belt. It can, of course, be sort of coincide and reinforce certain action or willingness to take action, but it is not something that is causing certain actions.
You've described some potential drivers of radicalisation in your report from paragraph 18 and following. You note that it's a very heavily researched and discussed topic. But could I ask you about a couple of the potential drivers that you've addressed? First, as a matter of methodology, you refer to academic discussion of pull and push factors. Could you describe what they are and how it relates to radicalisation?
Yeah, because there's so much research on this, there was a need to somehow structure that a little bit, and I think that's where the pull and push factors came in as a practical analytical tool. So the pull factors would be factors that make an extremist group, for example, an extremist ideology more appealing, so I feel pulled into them, towards them, whereas a push factor is something that pushes me away from where I am at the moment. So that makes me look for something else, for example, than in extremist groups. So that's sort of the basic differentiation. There are other factors. There's a review that came out in 2020 that talks about the 3P, and it's the pull, the push, and the personal. So it's an academic, almost like an academic exercise to structure the way we think about the vast amount of research that is out there.
And could you elaborate a little on the personal factor of those three that you referred to?
The personal factor is a bit of a mixed bag in that review. So many different things can be in there, but the key sort of social media use, for example, but the key, the two or unemployment background factors, they don't cause radicalization. They are just factors that can contribute when combined with others. So the two main parts are the pull factors and the push factors. And within that, in that review, they identify what other researchers have found or how they have discussed different pull and push factors, and in terms of quantity and how which factors have been discussed a lot in research and which have been discussed less.
You've drawn particular attention to the role of extremist propaganda in the process of radicalisation. Could you describe what your review of the literature on that topic reveals?
Well, if I may, I just say quickly what that review found,
yes,
and then maybe contextualize it with my interpretation. So the review found that the most important, not most important, but the most commonly identified pull factor in the literature, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the most important pull factor, it's just the one that academics looked at the most, is consumption of extremist propaganda. And the researchers say it's usually a propaganda that predicts, that justifies violence. So it's not just some, I don't want to like benign forms of racism or something like this, or anti-government sentiment. It's really something that promotes and justifies violence to an outgroup, dehumanizes people. So that's the main pull factor. If I'm allowed to put this in the context of that in itself doesn't do anything, if I may put it like this. So if we are exposed to certain propaganda, even the most atrocious things online, it depends on a lot of other factors that come into play to make that like meaningful in the way that it would drive someone or push someone into extremist groups. So this in itself doesn't do much. There's a lot of research that argues that the pathway into violent extremism is not as much dependent on ideology and opinions than we may think. There are social factors and psychological factors that play an often underappreciated role, possibly and often more than being exposed to certain ideologies or propaganda.
And is one of those personal factors what you describe as a sense of relative deprivation and grievances by individuals who receive or read, for example, extremist propaganda?
Yeah, so that's a big part of it. It's considered a push factor in that review, but you could also, I would also see that almost as a way of because it's like a personal push factor, if that makes sense. That's been around since the 70s. It has always been argued in terrorism research, extremism, that grievances play a very important role. And there's no doubt about this. It's a very broad concept, grievances. It can be any form of perceived injustice, social inclusion, frustration. It does not have to be, and often is not even embedded in it or borne by a factual, objective exclusion or injustice. It's just a perception of. So it has always been highlighted that it's the perception of being sort of the perception of injustice that drives that, not that's why it's called relative deprivation. But if I may add one, we all have grievances. So in that sense, grievances as such, they don't really do much because it might motivate us to do something or to not be happy with the status quo. But what happens next is then the decisive question: where does it go? How do we express those grievances, or do we express them at all?
Now, you've said in your statement that the line between radical groups and extremist groups can be blurry and increasingly porous in your assessment. What do you mean by that?
So when I talk about the line between radical and extremist groups, this is a very specific but common differentiation in academic discourse. I would say that hardly anyone would apply that when we talk publicly about extremism. Yes. The differentiation has become quite common now, that radicalism and extremism are two different forms of, in the context of the far right, we would say far right is the umbrella term, and some are radical right and some are far right extremists. And the difference is that radicalism is, or I should put, extremism is in itself anti-democratic. So it's trying to undermine the democratic system as such, abolish the constitutional democratic system that we have. So it's an explicitly anti-democratic movement or ideology, whereas radicalism or radical far-right groups in that sense, or radical left-wing or whatever, they are not explicitly anti-democratic. They reject certain liberal democratic principles. Some would say they're illiberal in that sense, but they are sitting on the edges of a democratic system, not rejecting democracy, but rejecting certain liberal values like equality or like freedom of religion, for example. So that would be a radical group. And sometimes groups move or individuals move between those. So it's a rather analytical academic differentiation. We have seen that how people or groups on the far right moved from expressing more radical but not explicitly anti-democratic ideologies and agendas, how they have moved into a very overtly white nationalist anti-democratic agenda, and that's only within a few weeks or months.
Can I ask you about the second part of your report now? And that part of your report poses a question: protest and protest movements in relation to radicalisation and violent extremism, driver or protective factor. And you have expressed the view that protest activities can have a protective function in liberal democracies. Could you explain what you mean by a protective function?
So in a nutshell, I mean, there's a lot to say about this, but in a nutshell, protests offer people an opportunity to express their dissent or their frustration, or you could say, to refer to the previous statement, your grievances in democratic, possibly confrontational and but in democratic pathways. And that is basically a way to these political opportunities that we have. It offers people an opportunity or a pathway, an alternative pathway to radicalization, because they have political tools at their disposal that they use to express their grievances. So that's sort of the protective function. It's very strongly supported by empirical work.
I'll come to that in a moment, but you also say it's supported by a theoretical perspective. Could you address that first?
Well, I mean, in the report I mentioned one political theorist called Chantal Mouffe. I acknowledge obviously that there are many different concepts and theories about democracy, and not everyone shares that kind of emphasis on the importance of the normality of dissent in pluralistic democracies. So I'm outing myself as a bit of a fan of this, because I see that in pluralistic societies the idea of avoiding conflict is not a feasible pathway. I think that we have many different attitudes, different groups, different mentalities in a pluralistic society, and the question is how we manage that. So that's why I have also been to bring it to the social cohesion element of the Royal Commission. Social cohesion is not a harmony model as it is often described or maybe implicitly perceived, but it is a way how we manage and deal with those conflicts that naturally arise. And dissent is then a natural and normal occurrence in a democracy, and it's not a sign of failure, but rather a sign of the health of a democracy to express those.
Thank you. And now can I ask you about the empirical evidence? And you've expressed the view that there is generally strong evidence from empirical studies that support the view that protest activity performs this protective function in a democratic society. Could you address the study and what you've seen in that regard?
So it's a long-standing discussion or a topic, I should say, in social science, political science. In 2025, a group of researchers from the UK, I believe, published a literature review. It's a form of systematic literature review. It's called rapid evidence assessment. So not quite as robust as a systematic review, which sometimes takes a very long time. But they analyzed basically the existing research that looked at how political protest relates to radicalization and terrorism. And I thought that was quite interesting because it goes to the very heart of what you just asked. And they analyzed 206 relevant academic sources between 2000 and 2024. I can go into the methodology if you like, but they identified factors that, they look at what the research has found in terms of how protests relate to radicalization, and find certain factors that have an increasing or sort of a risk increasing effect, and other factors that have the opposite, a decreasing effect on radicalization risks.
So this is the rapid evidence assessment from 2025 that you refer to in paragraph 43?
Yep, that's correct.
Yep, and you've identified there two particularly relevant findings that you take from that assessment. Could you just address those? So
there are a series of factors, but I think that the two most important ones are the question how political opportunities, or how it's also described as political self-efficacy, how that affects the risk of radicalization into violent extremism. And the second one is how repressive policing of protests or protest movements affect the risks of radicalization of people within those protest movements. Do you want me?
The first of those is you're referring to, or the authors of the study are referring to a protester's sense of political efficacy by the undertaking the process of participating in a protest. Is that?
That's right. So the rapid evidence assessment found, like scanning the literature, and they found that there was one of the factors that had a very strong. There was very strong evidence for that protective role, for the protective effect of political efficacy through protests. So in a nutshell, if people have access to to express their dissent, as I mentioned before, to dissent and through protest movements, the chances are reduced that they would radicalize.
And the second of the factors is the effect of repressive policing. So this again is the effect from the review of the various studies of the effect on protesters of over-policing of a protest. Is that right?
And it's connected and related to the first one, because it over-policing then reduces the political opportunities through protest, of course. It also leads to a fragmentation, or it often does lead to a fragmentation and a strengthening of the radical flanks within the like a very diverse protest movement. So the radical ones become more influential. That's the argument, and in doing that, it then increases the risk of radicalization indirectly.
And is it your opinion that individuals are more likely to turn to violence when they do not have any opportunity through non-violent means, including protests, to express their grievances?
I would say there's strong evidence to believe that, and I do believe that. Yeah.
Now, you have drawn attention to a qualification that such a protective function isn't guaranteed or universal, either for individuals involved or for groups of protesters. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct. Yeah.
Yep. And so that would depend on particular individuals and circumstances not fitting in with the general rule demonstrated by the empirical evidence.
Yeah, and it's the evidence in social science is never 100%. So it's not even if you have all the political opportunities at your disposal that you want. It doesn't mean that no one will ever radicalize. But social science is not sort of a predictive science. But the evidence is strong that the chances are lower. But that doesn't mean it can't happen.
Could you also address the part of your report in 41 and 42 where you refer to empirical studies about the outcome of intense protest activities, in particular where ideologically opposed groups might clash regularly and organise to protest one against the other?
Yeah.
What effect can that have according to the studies?
That study was a fairly big study in the US that came out in 2022. They created a database of more than 1,000 non-state classified terrorist incidents in the US. So it's all US based. And they found that up until 2020, only 2% of the terrorist-related incidents occurred in a protest context. But in 2020 and 21, which is during the pandemic, anti-lockdown protests, there was we see the rise of far-right militia groups that were quite active in the streets. We also saw the Black Lives Matter movements. So lots of clashes between radical right or extreme right, depending on, I don't want to classify, but far right protests with far left protests, without equating those two, but they clashed. This was, and it escalated. So it's often described as reciprocal radicalization, where opposing groups clash in the streets and then they egg each other on in a way that escalates into more and more violence. So people for self-protective reasons bring weapons, for example, because they're worried the other ones might attack them. They see they have weapons, then bring also weapons, and then it escalates. And that led to a very massive increase in terrorist in incidents that were classified as terrorism in the context of those clashing protests. But I mean, my argument is that this is a very specific environment where this happened, but it is worth noting that it is possible that these things happen under certain circumstances.
Towards the end of your report, you note that it's important to keep clear the conceptual distinction between radicalisation that leads to violence and radicalisation that may not or does not lead to violence. In practice, it can be very difficult to tell those two situations apart for any particular individual. Do you accept that?
It can be, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's too late it's too late to, when it happened, then but when it's too late, then.
Yeah. So the conceptual distinction is important in your view to keep in mind. Could you address that?
So the whole radicalization process is so complex that if we make it, put it in such simplistic terms that it's almost like a linear development, a linear process, then we are not going to be very successful. It might be nice for us because we have a clearer, we think we have a clear picture, but it is too simplistic to capture the complexity of the processes that are happening there.
Thanks very much, Professor. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Professor, can I just ask you this about the 2025 rapid evidence assessment that you spoke of? That was a form of literature review, is that right?
It was, yeah. It was a form of systematic review, so quite substantial.
Just looking at the underlying research results that were the subject of the review, broadly, can you explain how they were conducted? How does one assess whether involvement in political protest is causally related to radicalisation and terrorism?
Yeah.
Or how did those studies attempt to do that?
Yes, so it depends. Studies do that in many different ways, and the challenge for the rapid evidence assessment is to bring all those methodologically different studies together to come to a conclusion, right? That's the goal. I actually admit that I had to check what a rapid evidence assessment actually is. I had to do that myself. It is just shy of a systematic review, so they have a very systematic approach, but it's not considered academically a systematic review. So they screened based on key terminologies, keywords, various academic databases, and found more than 1,000. It was 1,080 documents, articles, English in the English-speaking environment that were empirical. So I think that's important that they excluded conceptual work, only empirical work, and then analyzed and narrowed down the most relevant studies that were empirical and contributed to answering the question that they wanted to answer. So it is always a challenge. I admire people who are good at synthesizing this kind of work, but they draw on very different methodologies. There's one study that looks at a very qualitative case study on how radical animal protection activists, how they responded to what they consider repressive policing, for example, in the UK. And another study looked at a survey-based where they asked thousands of people, would you, if you had the right to protest and you have the pathway and the opportunities to protest, would you then do X, Y, Z? And that's another form of doing this. So the challenge is to bring that all together.
Thank you. Ms. Hillman, I think you had some questions of the Professor.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Professor, in the report that you've provided to the Commission, you refer to two types of public anger, one of which is moral outrage and the other is tribal rage, which focuses on scapegoats. Do you recall that part of your report?
Yeah, I do.
And the latter form of public anger, that is tribal rage, which tends to focus on scapegoats, is something which results in what we commonly refer to as hate speech. Do you agree?
It can result to hate speech, yeah.
And one of the issues that you're particularly sensitive to in your work and have published on is the risk that in the context of protests, hate speech can result in real harm to what you've called the resilience of democratic communities. Do you agree?
Yep.
And your opinion is that protest ought to occur within and as a part of what you cite within the expression of the grammar of democracy. That's correct, isn't it?
Yep.
And the grammar of democracy has been described as requiring protest that's non-violent, correct?
I think the grammar of democracy refers to the basic principles of equality and liberalism. Violence is a difficult concept because there is situational violence that can happen. You know, there is a union protest movement and someone smashes a window, then it's violence. So violence, while I obviously don't endorse this kind of escalation, violence is always an escalation, it does not make that movement in itself already anti-democratic or extremist in that sense.
No, but it's generally not taken to form part of what we call the grammar of democracy. You agree?
Yeah, I agree. Violence is not part of the political communication that we should accept. Yeah.
And likewise, hate speech is not taken to be a part of what we call the grammar of democracy. Do you agree?
It's also illegal, yeah.
You've also published, Professor, on the fact that by focusing only on violence in conducting threat assessments in the context of protest, the result can be blind spots, correct?
That article was specifically about the far right, so I think it was the context, but in that context I definitely agree with that, yeah.
Thank you. And to that end, Professor, you have agreed with the conclusion of, and forgive me if I get the pronunciation wrong, but the conclusion of Simeon Windich that, in short, violent talk clearly plays an important role in terms of fomenting actual violence. That's a conclusion you agree with?
It can, yeah. If it's sustained and not situational, like some definitions of extremism also highlight, then it can contribute to a climate that is more conducive to escalation of violence. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. To that end, can I ask, when you express your opinion on the protective effect of protest, that protective effect applies firstly where the protest is non-violent. Do you agree?
The research wouldn't go into that. I'm not aware of that, but it depends on what kind of violence again. But I agree with if it's if the protest escalates into violence, it would probably not be. I can't really make a comment because I'm just referring to the research, and the research doesn't make a difference, doesn't look into the differentiation between violent and not violent protests. I assume they looked at non-violent protests, but I don't know that.
Right. And does the research tell you whether, in order to have a protective effect, a protest ought to be one that does not incite violence, as opposed to involve physical acts of violence?
It doesn't address that.
And likewise, in terms of the research that you've looked at, it doesn't address whether or not the protective effect of a protest applies irrespective of whether the protest involves hate speech. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Hillman. Anything
there was one matter arising.
Yes.
Professor, you agreed with the proposition that focusing only on violence in threat assessments can leave gaps in the assessment. What were you referring to? Could you explain that answer?
Well, the background of that admittedly non-peer review sort of commentary that this is referring to is that there's a common tendency to apply violent extremism in Australia through an ideological neutral lens, and I'm critical of that, and I know that I might be in a minority in the academic world when I say that, but I think that the risk of far-right extremism is not only a risk of violence, but it is a risk of undermining democratic resilience and cohesion, whereas the primary risk of jihadist extremism, which is not my specific area, I admit, would be primarily the violence and the violent attacks, because jihadist sections would not have the power to undermine the democratic functionality and health of Australian society. That's the context in which I wrote that commentary.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Professor. That completes your evidence and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you.
Yes. Very well. I will now adjourn the Commission until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.